Okay, so I just real quick wanted to tell everybody I'm kind of excited to be on the bargaining team officially, not just hovering around the table like I usually do. So, and also just if everybody would today, and I need to be particularly aware of that, just really think about your words. Say what you need to say, but take a deep breath and let's say it, because I know everybody's probably a little on edge, more so than normal. So just try to remember that and say what you need to say in a very measured, polite tone, and I think we can do well here.
Can someone pass the Twizzlers, please?
Oh, we don't have.
We should all have our red noses and a picture of that.
I couldn't find mine.
Mine's at the office.
Isabel.
And no biscuits and gravy to start the morning. But,
Isabel, do you have your Chewbacca?
No, he's at the office too.
Right.
Good morning, everyone, again.
Okay.
And I see that Gina has joined us. Like somebody mentioned, I'm sure she was getting ready for the snacks for all of us. We will appreciate that in the next few meetings. So anyway, just like Dee mentioned, this is being broadcast, so doesn't mean we never had an audience. It's just that possibly today we will have a much larger audience. We have all been through a lot in the last couple of months, not just the college, but in our personal lives. So let's take that in consideration. And we have been awesome at these meetings before, and I think there's no reason for us not to continue. So thank you all for being here today. And with that, I turn it over to our facilitators. Thank you.
All right.
Awesome. Well, I think we'd like to say good morning as well. I'd like to take Dick's lead and let ladies go first. So Margaret, why don't you go first?
Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to this. This is such a weird way to be communicating with everyone, but it's nice to see everyone's face, and let's get this done.
Yeah.
Awesome. I would also like to welcome everybody and just say thank you to everybody for being patient with us through this. It has been a learning curve for all of us. And doing this virtually is going to be interesting but fun, I think, in different ways. I just want to remind everybody that, we did, do our practice session. We came up with some protocols. If we need to look back at those, we can. If we need to change something, we can. All of that was just try to get us ready so that we could be as efficient as possible. As always, we don't want to be, overly formal to the point that we can't, get our work done. But, when we need some rules, we've got some rules. Also, just want to remind us, we do have our ground rules. So we had looked over those. I don't think anybody has proposed any changes, but are we okay with our ground rules and our protocols for today? Everything's okay? Everybody looks good? Okay. So to start off, we of course should have a lawyer joke, because today, more than any day, we should have a lawyer joke. But I got to check first because I'm getting old and senile. Have I told you the one about the genie and the guy and the 3 wishes yet? No? Okay.
I'll remember it.
So there's a guy who finds a lamp, right? And he rubs the lamp, and the genie comes out of the lamp and says, "I'll grant you 3 wishes." No surprise, that's what genies and lamps do. And so the guy who found the lamp looks at the genie and says, "Well, for my first wish, I wish that there would be no more lawyers." And the genie looks at the man, nothing seems to happen. He says, "Done, your wish is granted." So no more wishes. And the guy looks at the genie and goes, "Wait a minute, you said 3 wishes. There's always 3 wishes. And the genie looks at him and says, "Sue me." Ha ha ha. I don't like this. You're all muted. I can't feel the love. Anyway. Okay, so I'm just trying to run through our agenda. We've already confirmed ground rules. We have our protocols. Got a hand, Van.
Yes. Are we missing someone? Because we should have 20 and I only see 19.
Adam Stark is on the bargaining team, so he should be unmuted.
Okay.
There we go.
There's Phil. Welcome back, Phil.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So on the agenda, and I know that some of the folks on the bargaining team have said they would like to hear kind of an update as well. We've put an enrollment update item on the agenda before we actually get into listing issues and interests. Just to kind of update folks on where we are. I know there's actually not a whole lot of new news to tell, but maybe that's as important as anything, is to hear where we still are in the process. Joe, if you you ready, maybe we could have you just give us a quick rundown on what you're hearing currently since you last spoke to us.
Okay, so you recall at the last meeting with labor management and also compensation that we were initially showing a large decrease for summer. All right, at one point it was minus 21%, and then it started dropping, and it was moving in the right direction. Okay, so if you had seen any of the reports from as soon as yesterday, all right, it showed actually an 8% increase. Again, this is for the summer term. All right. The reason for that, and now we have the numbers to show it, is because we had not run the purge process or the enrollment cancellation process. I'm not sure what we call it here. I might be mixing terminology. All right, that process was done last night. Again, it was delayed a little bit. The purge enrollment drop because of the situation with COVID. All right, so as of this morning, summer enrollment is a drop, but it is nowhere near initial numbers. It's minus 2%. Okay, so Vice President Craig did a comparison compared to where we were last year. So we expect that decrease, the minus 2%, to continue to hopefully go to flat or even positive territory. And he feels optimistic that it will be positive in the positive territory. Okay, so we normally use that just as a benchmark. Summer enrollment is generally, you look at numbers, fall and spring are the largest, and then summer is the smallest of the three. We normally say, okay, 40% in fall, 40% in spring, 20% in summer. All right, we know those actual numbers are not the same. But so even though summer is the smallest percentage of our total enrollment and tuition revenue, we can base our trends upon that. So at least the initial signs are pointing to us feeling or justifying the feeling that because of the situation with the potential economic downturn, and all the indicators are showing that we'll have a corresponding increase in enrollment. So we consider this good news. All right. So again, even though it's minus now, we expect it for summer to continue to get to flat or even increase. And again, early signs that we are projecting or that there's good information that we would show an increase for the fall enrollment. Okay, but you've already heard me talk about this from a budget standpoint. We still don't know the state appropriation numbers. All right, and we like to budget conservatively, take the numbers that we feel are the most possible to hit, and then if we exceed that number, we can budget those dollars throughout the year, for educational materials and supplies, other consumables that we can scale up because we have increased enrollment. We don't know numbers for fall yet. We haven't started actually enrolling and tracking that, but again, we're expecting that trend to continue. Anything else, Paul, or any questions for the group that you may have or from the group?
I may have some questions. I know also, Joe and Dick, you may need to jump in here too. There was a request last night in labor management to maybe have a little bit of an explanation of the CARES Act money, the basics on how that is going to work, and what we know about how that can be used at this point.
Okay, so we received just over $8.1 million under is the HEERF. I forget what exactly. It's the higher education piece of the CARES Act. All right, that is split up into two parts. There's a student aid portion and an institutional aid portion. Okay, so it's 50-50. they have very clear guidance on the student portion that this is meant to be a pass-through directly to students. We can't take any fees out or any service charges, anything. It has to move directly from the institution as we draw it down into the students' pockets. All right. So the idea is like this is a stimulus check, similar to what the U.S. Treasury did and is continuing to do now in our own personal bank accounts. Okay, so the institutional piece, the initial messaging from Betsy DeVos was, we need to make sure that these institutions are stable because, they, like us, are expecting students to come to us just like they did during the last huge economic downturn. You recall we had double-digit growth. Okay, so the initial messaging, like I said, was, hey, this is dollars we're going to get to the colleges and universities. It's going to help them with operational funding to be able to stay open, be able to serve these students now in this remote and virtual learning environment. Okay, so they have now released the actual guidance. This is the Federal Department of Education, and it was a punch in the gut. They have a lot of restrictions on it, okay? And so all those talks about operations, yes, you still can, but it is now reimbursable. All right. So what does that mean? That means we actually have to document the expense, okay, have that cash outflow, and then we request reimbursement from the federal government. All right. So that is one major change to the way it works. The other thing is some of the restrictions, you have to tie it directly now to the change or movement into the remote or virtual learning environment and how that impacts students, okay? There's also additional language that say none of the money can be used for administrative salaries, okay? So again, much different than the initial messaging. And again, it's half of the 8.1 million. All right, so just to give you some perspective, again, if we're going to the land of a reimbursable grant, the expenses that we actually specifically have identified and charged to the COVID-19, Judy and her team have set up a separate class code. Okay, get ready. It's just under $30,000. Okay, 300, right? Not 3 million, not 300,000, $30,000. Okay. We know that, again, this is it's summer, things are relatively slower. All right, so we are concerned, again, if we're going to be able to document all of the institutional expenses that qualify, again, under this very narrow definition now, okay? And on the flip side, looking ahead to state appropriations, we're concerned that the state is going to say, well, they have half of the 8.1 million they can use for institutional aid. We'll just go ahead and cut their state appropriation by that amount. That would be after the feds punch us in the gut, this is going to be the kick in the head because we're looking at creative ways to be able to spend the institutional portion, but yes, there are a lot of limitations, and if I'm coming across as deflated, I am, but there's a lot of discussion at the Council of Business Affairs. I know the Council of Student Affairs and Instructional Affairs, as well as COP, Council of Presidents, are looking at this. The executive team, along with Judy's team and the Student Services team, we're looking at ways, again, to be able to legally draw these funds down. We absolutely want to do that because if they don't agree with us, guess what? We got to send the money back. Okay, so anyway. That's the latest update, and we got some more information that because we have a large population of Hispanic students, that there is another bucket of funds that could be available. We're looking in the details of that to see, again, what the specifics are, because there's a little bit of separate guidance related to that. And I pulled the numbers, that's about $500,000. So again, 8.1 million plus $500,000. We'll take it, of course. Oh, and let me just add another footnote. We want to spend this money, and we're going to. All All right. They've given us the flexibility. And in fact, you see this throughout the guidance where they state that you can always give these funds to students. So we're not going to return any of the money back. We have a plan, and the fail-safe plan is for us to get the money into the hands of students, like VP Craig and his team are working on now. So we will spend the money, but just not sure how much of it we can justifiably and defendably and legally spend on the institutional aid. All right, so who needs coffee? That was a long discussion. All right, Pauline, I'll turn it over for questions or back over to the floor. Oh,
Christabel.
yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Is there a committee that's deciding on how the CARES money is going to be spent? And are there faculty on that committee? Because, I mean, we are in direct contact with students. I can tell you some of the things that my students need in order to be successful. So I just am wondering if there are faculty on that committee.
Okay, so there's two pieces. We haven't received the institutional aid, but let me start on the most current piece, since you mentioned students, which is the student aid. I don't believe there's any faculty members on there, but the guidance is get this money into the hands of students as soon as possible. There is a period when you draw funds down from the federal system, the G5 system, where you have to get it into the you can't sit on that money and earn interest and float. The government doesn't want you doing that. All right, so I believe right now, again, this is also in the guidance that you want to get those into the students that have the most need. All right, and how that is determined is if they're Title IV eligibility. Okay, all right, so we ran the numbers, or actually Johnny ran the numbers. Okay, so let's say, just looking at our head count, and I don't have the actual calculation here, but let's say it's just for simplicity, we're at about 13,000 full-time equivalents, okay? All right, and again, we have 1 year to spend the money. All right, so 13,000 full-time equivalents, let's just say that we actually allocate it throughout the year, all right, and we do a $500 grant, okay? That right there is $6.5 million, just giving each of our students the $500. All right, so there's not enough money. If 8.1 million, half of that goes to the students, at least in the student aid, there's not enough money. Now again, this is a very simple argument. We know that not all 13,000 are Title IV aid eligible. All right, some of them, again, we're going to try to prorate it. Some of them may not come in the summer or may not be here right now, but they'll be here in the fall. All right, so to answer your question, I'm not sure. I don't believe any faculty are on there, again, because the guidance has been so prescriptive, again, from the details. But is this something that we want to, I'm trying to look and see. I don't believe Johnny is part of this team.
No.
I don't see him
Joe,
on the screen.
let me just add to that. And you're absolutely correct. The prescription is get the money into the hands of the students. So the first part that we don't have a lot of leeway, and I hear you, Mauricio, that you know what the students need, but we got to follow whatever guidance, and you have to fill out the FAFSA and yada yada and all that stuff. The other half, we haven't gotten any money, but and if you saw the chat from May, we're probably gonna bring some of this stuff to CAC, where Debbie Mead is, to talk about the other half and what we can do with it. Again, there are so many restrictions and those funds, and we just don't know at this point. And unfortunately, it's like today they say something and we pick up the email tomorrow and it's something completely different than the way it had been told. So it's a guessing game. We're doing what we're trying to do right now. The goal is to get the first wave of the money out to the students as quickly as we can possibly get it. So we had a quick task force that looked at all of this and come up with a formula to try to spread it out, at least spread it out for the fall and the spring as well, because we are going to have students that are going to have that need even past the next couple of months. So that's the goal from this point on. We haven't received anything else, and at that point, we'll probably bring work with other teams around the college to figure out how we can get some of those funds. At the end of the day, whatever we spend on the administrative side will go and can go to the students. So we might be potentially redirecting the rest of the funds back out to the students, which is a good thing anyway. And remember, this is not, we cannot use it to reimburse ourselves for education. We cannot use it for us to pay for schooling. It's strictly for them to buy for food, pay rent. Maybe they had to buy a tool for a computer for being online, all those things. So we give them the money and it's their choice how they spend it. We absolutely have no control on that area. So it's what we know so far. Does that answer your question, Marisabel?
Yes, thank you.
I have one. And Joe, what is the likelihood, knowing what our Florida legislature is like? I mean, if legitimately you guys can't come up with more than, I mean, if you're only at 30,000 right now, the idea that you could come up with that, and I would hope that our presidents of all the state colleges are going to go to the legislature and say, hang on, stop. We're not, they didn't hand us $4.05 million. We've only been able to, I mean, we do have that ability, correct? I hope.
Yes.
Joe, before you answer that, let me just address the real quick and coming up with additional things that we can charge to it. We are in the process of making a list of things that we could potentially charge against. For instance, we've been talking about one of the things that we can charge is for additional bandwidth to allow for us to be able to support remote access. We are now working with a lot of your peers in nursing and all around the college to be able to put in place software so the students can access AutoCAD, RX30, nursing labs, biology labs, I mean, you name it. All of that, we haven't tallied into this yet because that's additional cost that we actually did not have planned for. So we should be able to go and remove some of that. Now, is it going to equate to $4 million? Probably not. We're looking to increase our network infrastructure to support all this stuff because right now we're running at 80%, 90% utilization since this whole thing started. So there's a few things that we're looking to do, but you're absolutely correct. We're not going to be able to use all of that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joe to continue.
Yeah.
I have something to add too.
Yeah.
Laura.
Yeah, thank you. Just in academic affairs, we're at like 270,000, and it's for software that we've had to buy. It's for lost revenue for courses we haven't been able to offer this summer, and maybe even in fall, but we haven't put that in yet. So we're continuing to accumulate those expenses. It's still a far cry from 4 million, but it's more than 30,000.
Yes, thank you. And again, this has only been 6 weeks. We know that, right? We have a lot of folks working remotely. As Dr. Hammond mentioned, we're gearing up, expanding the bandwidth in the infrastructure. And again, these are all things that fall under, you heard me mention that strict definition or the requirement of the disruption to students or transitioning to the online learning or virtual environment. So yes, these things we're looking at, we're being very creative. We're trying to think of creative ways to do that to meet these, my opinion, very restrictive requirements, again, that are so much different than the initial messaging. Okay, Dee, to answer the other part of the question, yes, Council of Business Affairs, I know the other councils are meeting weekly to first of all navigate this CARES Act, and as the additional guidance comes, probably for us to all commiserate on the changes of the initial messaging. And we're giving this information to the Council of Presidents. So we are in communication with our governmental affairs folks, person here locally to make sure that they can put plant that seed about, hey, you know, because of these changes and the additional guidance, the landscape is changing, all right, at least from this as a potential funding source. So yes, we are trying to advocate, again, do those things through our governmental affairs folks, not only here locally, but also with Council of Presidents. and there was something else I was going to add. Oh, and then to talk about where we are, I don't remember if I gave this kind of what we're expecting when it comes to state appropriations. All right, we're seeing two ways that this could go. The legislature has already approved the GAA, the General Appropriations Act. Okay, it has not been sent to the governor. Okay, it was approved back in March, so it's been over 6 weeks. All right, and they're very deliberate not delivering it to him, because once the governor receives it, he has I believe it's 21 calendar days to sign the appropriation. If he doesn't sign or veto, if he doesn't take any action, it's automatically approved. All right, so they're building in this delay, at least my feeling is, so they can get more time to see how the actual sales tax revenue streams come in. All right, so it's always a month delay. So right now it's May 1st. All right, they're due every month on the 20th of the month. So the April 20th sales tax collections were for the period ending March. Okay, I don't have any detailed numbers on that. They haven't had an official announcement of what's called the Revenue Estimating Enrollment Estimating Conference. There's a whole bunch of pieces, but we know that sales tax collections are going to be down, because you hear all the things about how spending and GDP for the quarter or even for the month is down. Okay, so if the governor, we know that this is a delay to get more time to see how much actual revenue, what the actual revenues are received. Okay, so the governor can either do line item vetoes, okay, or he can reject it all and tell the legislature to go back. All right, so that's one way he can do it. What he could do is also approve the substantial portions, leave the budget relatively untouched, okay, and then because this is an election year, all right, the legislature will continue, and those running for office, et cetera, will do their thing. All right, then after the election cycle, they can come back into special session, the legislature, and do mid-year cuts. Okay, we've had this precedent before. It's happened before. All right, so if you're asking me, I think it's going to be a combination of the two. I think that the governor is going to do specific line item vetoes on the low-hanging fruit, things that aren't necessarily critical, things that are going to secure the state of Florida, to be able to pay its debt. So specifically PICO projects, my feeling is that those are going to be deleted, okay? Again, because they have to make the cash payments on the bonds that the state of Florida issued. All right, then we're going to go through the election. They don't want to do too much disruption, because these are potential voters that they're going to tick off. All right, then they're going to come back in special session. We're going to get a mid-year cut. By that point, we'll have a number of months as to actual data on a recovery, if there is one happening, and the severity of that recovery or the lack of recovery. So great questions. Thank you for allowing me to really get into the details. I hope I haven't given you too much. Dee, does that give some of the context or answers that you're looking for?
Yeah, and the whole election cycle thing cracks me up, since 60% of our legislature in Florida traditionally runs on they have no opponent.
Yeah, incumbents, right? Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Why just do the job right up till the day, have your mom vote for you, walk out, keep doing the job. What's the point? Yeah. So, but it is what it is. So as long as I think if they go to them, and the other thing is making sure that if that starts happening, it goes out to the media. And this money came down from the federal government. The state of Florida is cutting. I mean, they're already kind of getting bashed with the whole not getting people out there. Unemployment. So right. they if they start really hitting the colleges, and that's one time when we can all speak with a unified voice, I think, when that kind of thing happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. All right.
Marissa.
I have one more question on budgetary issues. In terms of this year's budget, I know that we, had to cancel a bunch of travel. How has that money been spent, or how has that been, refunneled in other areas?
Sure. So for the current year, it's just going to be put back into the reserves. You recall that part of the current year budget, we did budget some spending down of fund balance, about Judy, help me remember here, is it about 1.7, or am I combining a number of pots? Or maybe the initial budget. Hey, you're on mute. Okay, no, I can't hear you now. There you go.
Yeah, I think it's a little lower than that, 1.2 million or 3 million.
Okay.
And then
all right.
I might have the reserve number.
Sure. All right. So yeah, any unspent monies goes into the reserves. That'll help us shore up our reserves. We know that you guys have heard the discussion about what the legislature wants our statutory reserves to be, and then a whole bunch of potential changes to that. Okay, so yeah, right now it's just helping us to shore up the reserves, the deficit, the reserve spending that we have for the fiscal year. Looking at next year, I don't have all the details for the other areas, but I know specifically for my area, we are looking at out-of-state travel for us, national conferences that many of us go to, and even out-of-state regional ones. Yeah, I've scaled back, and I know that my team has. If that's your question, I was looking ahead to travel. Now, I will say travel is a very small percentage of the budget. It won't balance millions of dollars, but it's good optics. If all of us are tightening our belt, this is something that we need to look at. Dr. Hammond, I saw that you raised your hand. Is it my job to acknowledge, or does Margaret or Paul need to acknowledge?
I was waiting for Margaret.
Yeah, Dick and then Doug.
Okay. All right.
I just wanted to add those funds, we have budgeted at the beginning of this year for a certain amount of growth in our enrollment. And right now we're not reaching those goals, which means our budget has a shortfall. So anything that we don't spend this year from whatever, travel, materials, expense, it'll go to offset the lack of funds or the lack of revenue that we didn't get. So at the end of the day, we may not even end up with money to put back into the to what we borrow from reserves. It may be just enough to balance this current year. So, and currently as we are, we're tracking for a deficit. Is that last time I saw the numbers? So we should be able to come closer or reduce the deficit if we can. So, and that's what those dollars will be applied to, if that helps. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, Dr. Hammond.
And Doug?
Yeah, I was just going to also add that, before we went remote, a lot of departments were tracking negative in a lot of areas because the budgets were so tight. Not spending the travel actually allows us to shore up our department budgets and make them be even because we were negative in other areas. So unfortunately, I don't know if there will be a lot of money left over. It's just going to be moved to cover the printing deficit and things like that we had prior to coming out. There might be a little bit, but.
Okay, D, and then Lisa. D, you're on mute.
Yeah, got it. Okay, also just because we do have an audience, and so that everybody watching understands that both teams were, Joe gave us a rundown of expenses. He's not doing it here, so I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that there were increases in what the college has to put in for FRS contributions. I'm reading this off of our notes. There was an increase, that FRS contributions was like 804,000 increase. There was another almost 400,000 for health insurance premiums, and 253,000-ish for property and casualty insurance. So we were already running, we got some money for the new funding formula, but all of that was eaten up. It was only $832,743. So just to let everybody know that we were already running under, and both bargaining teams were made aware of that. Both teams have discussed it, as well as discussing it in labor management and with the compensation committee. So that's the other piece of this that everybody here knows, and I just wanted to make sure everybody watching knows that was going on as well. Did I summarize that okay, Joe?
Yes, thank you. Much more succinctly than I did.
All right, I think Lisa had a question.
Yeah, in addition, I just wanted to add to the comments that Doug made about the fact that we are not traveling and there's not travel money. But in a number of departments, the example I can give is e-learning. We've used that to support the enhanced technology that we needed to support faculty and students in teaching. So the Zoom licenses and those kinds of things, we didn't have that in our budget. So the travel money has gone to pay at least part of that. We've also had to buy some technology and stuff to give out to the tutors and the Academic Success Center. So a lot of the money that would have gone to regional national travel has gone to support that.
Thank you. And again, with all of you hear it, the unprecedented times, thank you to our faculty for all the changes that they've had to do on turning on a dime to go to a virtual learning environment and accommodating students and helping our students get through this difficult time. And again, of course, takes a team. I'm going to thank my team at the CTS, of course, everyone throughout the college and the staff that continue to work to support and get our payroll done and deliver the legal notices and all that. There's a lot of hard work still being done, and thank you all for that.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Okay, what's next?
Thank you.
If we don't have any more questions or comments about that, I'd like to talk about two housekeeping matters before we pick up on the agenda. So one is I'd like to talk about breaks and lunch because I've had several questions about that. And I'd also like to talk about a member of each team agreeing to be minute takers. I know most of us kind of jot down notes as we go, and I thought it worked really well last December when Lisa and Susie had agreed, one on each team, to do the minutes. So do we have a member of each team that would agree to be minute takers and work together? I see Gina. Anybody from management who'd be willing to help with note taking and collaboration on that for us?
No. Lisa, okay.
Lisa, thank you. Thank you. And I'm willing to help on that with Lisa and Gina as well. So, okay, that's helpful. Then let's talk for just a minute about breaks and lunch. We all, again, we keep repeating this, but it's so relevant. You know, these are crazy times. And a lot of us are at home and have other responsibilities that we're trying to manage at the same time, not the least of which is some of us have small kids at home that are in school and other things. So I think we need to be understanding, obviously, when people need to come in and out. We've already talked about how to do that, but I do think we need some breaks throughout the day. So do we want to just leave it at, we'll let those happen organically? Do we want to plan like every hour and a half? What's the will of the group?
Okay.
May I recommend that we plan them out? That way we're not all rushing out of the different times and disappear from the screens. So if every hour and a half, if we go by 8:30, we could do one at 10 o'clock and then do the other one at 11:30, at least for the morning, and see how it goes. Would that work?
Okay. Cricket?
No, I was just going to say, how did you guys want to handle if you just had to run to the restroom, regardless of the time?
You could just do it. I mean, that's
just put yourself
the
on
body. The body does what the body does.
Don't take the camera with you.
I'm going to take it with me. We're gonna go and we're gonna.
Yeah, don't take the camera with you.
Yeah, I think obviously if you just need to up and run out for just a second, don't worry about it. Just mute your video and audio and run out. I think the kind of sending the chat is more of like, look, I got to bounce out of here for like 5 minutes and make a phone call or whatever. But yeah, something like that. Okay, well, I'll try to track that, and Margaret will help. That we'll try to track at least if we get to an hour and a half and we haven't had a break or anything yet, we'll do that. And that way, if we take one at 10:30, that would take us to 12 for lunch. That would be the next hour and a half. So maybe that works.
If we start at 8:30, we take it. How about 10 and 11:30?
10.
10 and 11:30.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
and then maybe
That work.
11:30 we take lunch. Okay.
Yeah, we could do 11:30, take a break, and maybe come back at 12:30.
Yeah. All right.
And the break at 10, say like 15 minutes?
Yep, 10, 15, yeah.
That works for me.
Okay. Well, having done that, why don't we kind of jump into process? And I know the bargaining teams had the benefit of faculty had a getting ready or a couple getting ready sessions, as I understand it, and already did some work on laying out issues and interests. So why don't we let maybe faculty lead off, because you've done a lot of that, and then management can kind of jump in and add their issues and interests as we go along. So why don't we start with issues, and I'm gonna turn it over and let Margaret kind of help walk us through that. And also we're gonna have Betsy start taking kind of the formal chart for us on issues and interests, so we can check ourselves. She's gonna do that on a Word document. I don't think we're gonna, if you want to show it the whole time, we can do that, or if you want to just put it up on the screen when we need it, we can do that, whichever you want.
Are we starting with the MOU?
Well, we can talk about it. So the MOU, the labor management team met last night and finalized an MOU related to COVID issues. And that actually has been signed off, I know, by Dee and Scott at this point. I think Dick signed off on it as well this morning, so we just need to get it to Dr. Lorenz. But that resolves some issues for the union on the evaluation and about graduation, a couple other issues. In my opinion, I think the MOU is effective for those changes, so I don't think it technically needs to be brought to the table, but we can hear from the union on where they are with it.
Did anybody want to comment, Dee?
I just to agree with Paul. We talked for a long time again last night, so we've gone over the issues, and I believe we came to some language that everybody can work with, particularly on the concerns faculty had about the professional development, college service, SPOIs, and completion or success rates. Those were ones that I think folks were worried about, and it's probably going to just be something that we can send the MOU out to all the faculty so they know what it is, and the waiving of the graduation, since it's canceled. Although I have a feeling you'll get a lot of attendance, electronic one anyway, just for the novelty of it. So, but I think we really talked about that for a long time and came down with what we thought was workable language for everybody involved. So that's it.
Dick?
Just a quick question. Would it be worth it for you to display? Do you have a copy or someplace we could display for everybody to see, or is it not, it's been approved and we don't want to go into it? Just a question, more than a suggestion. It's up to you guys.
We can. I can. I think I copied Betsy on it.
And you don't have to go into large detail, but kind of highlight the areas that Dee was mentioning, if you'd like to show it to the people in the audience. Other than that, we're fine to continue. I'm just wanting to give you that option.
Paul, if you don't have it, I have it. I can email it to Betsy.
I think I have it.
Do you have it from the one that I sent to them for signature last night, Betsy?
Hang on.
I'm looking.
Okay. What the heck?
And if we feel like it's going to be time consuming, I know that probably between either me as the lead negotiator or Scott as the president will be sending that out to the faculty so they see it. Probably also with some recommendations of a little bit of wording as to how to put their what they've done for their professional development and college service, like how to write a statement to put into their evaluations that encompasses all the work they've done in this transition, both whether they were online or in the classroom, that we know everybody's done quite a bit of work, and that was pretty consistent in all the meetings. And that we just need to, I think I was going to try to put together some language that folks could maybe copy and paste and edit it a little bit to actually put into their evaluations to give an idea of everything that they've had to do to prepare for this whole environment that we're in right now. So, because it's been a change for everybody, even folks that might have been fully online have had to do quite a bit in terms of student support, supporting their fellow faculty, all of those kind of things. So we definitely recognize that it affected everybody across the board, whether you were fully online or not. So.
Is this it? Can you guys see it?
Yeah, if you scroll down
No, that's not the most recent.
That's not
okay.
Okay.
Betsy, I just emailed it to you.
Okay. Let me unshare it. Okay.
G said if it's gonna be too time consuming, I was just giving you the option if you wanted to do it, and we're fine if we just want to keep moving forward, and I'll leave it up to the
I have a quick question. When she shares, it comes on the screen that I have everybody on. Is there a way to make that, whatever she shares, on my other monitor? Does anybody know off the top of your head? No? Okay.
No, it wouldn't.
Then I can't see everybody. And so
it's part of this meeting, yeah. It becomes
okay.
part of this meeting.
So
You're right.
when sharing is happening, I won't be able to see everybody. So if you, on the participant list, if you put a little wave in, if you want to make a comment.
Yeah.
I think
Margaret, I'm sorry to interject. If you go into settings and then video, you can click that dual monitor option and then it will do what you're asking.
Okay, thank you.
To allow you to share the Zoom into two monitors, yes.
And it's okay if we just acknowledge that it's there and that it's dealt with the issue specifically to the performance evaluation, the 5 hours on campus that are required regardless of whether you're fully online. That was also handled in that the contract itself allows for that to be done in this type of an environment. So we didn't have to worry too much about that particular issue. Is that the new one then, Betsy?
Is this it, Paul?
Yep, that's it.
So just to highlight the classroom observations, of which we knew most of them had already been done anyway, but if there was one slated for regular classroom that's now online, that it would not happen right now, that it would be delayed until the fall so that, folks were back in the classroom, hopefully. Hopefully. And then with the SPOI data, that if there are any negative issues, that it's a discussion between the dean and the faculty member as to if that was a COVID related, which we know that probably a lot of them are going to be. And if there is any kind of disagreement, that it will get kicked up to the AVP to settle. So we don't expect there to be a lot of these issues, but if there are, we have a process in place to work with. And also with the pass rates, the success rates, whatever you want to call them, had a number of faculty, and particularly in certain departments, that were quite worried about that. We do know that the R20s are, according to institutional research, are not going to be a part of that. So that's one concern that the number of us had. Are those R20s going to count as on our success rates? They will not. Kind of like no-shows, like a W4 doesn't as well. It's not a part of the denominator, or they'll be taken out. And just that will be acknowledged, that pass rates in general, we know there's going to be an impact, and that the deans need to take that into consideration. The rest of it's pretty straightforward as far as The number 4 is the professional development and college service. Again, I'll put together some language that folks can copy and paste into their evaluation that they can use to support this. We wanted to make it easy, that it was acknowledged that everybody knew what was going on, that people were working hard to get their students in good shape during this time, and we just wanted a way for faculty to be able to reflect that in those 2 particular areas of their evaluation, so that it was not stressful to complete it at this time. Graduation, waiving that requirement and just giving college service to the folks that went in the fall. And I think the rest was, there did seem to be a need for folks working the whole summer. Courses that would have traditionally been 6 weeks face-to-face. Well, now, could we make them 12-week online and have folks that are, say, on a 196 be able to work the whole summer in a different manner, but be able to work the whole summer with that contract? And this pretty much took care of that for number 6. And I believe that's it, unless somebody else wants to add to it.
I do not see anybody chiming in. Okay, well, let's move on then.
So again, just to set the context for walking through issues, so this is a continuation of the bargaining session from December. The December bargaining was the reopener as set forth in the contract in Article 30. The reopener specifically for last December was to accomplish 4 different things. One was to look at report and recommendations from a task force on Article 10 about contract length. Also look at a report and recommendations from a committee concerning Article 10 and the academic foundations hours. That chart in the article about workload. And also to receive a report from compensation subcommittee. And they specifically also had looked and reviewed data for supplements. And then the 4th thing, which is, our reopener for every year, is compensation in general, which encompasses Article 26. As everyone will recall, last December, we did have a conversation. We had a joint planning session before bargaining where all of those reports had been received. Essentially, we walked through and bargained Article 10 and reached TA. The only change that we made to Article 10 at that time was to update that chart for academic foundations. And other than that, we didn't make any other changes, and we also didn't have any other issues relative to the compensation subcommittee other than looking at Article 26. So, having said that, we're continuing now to look at Article 26. And again, I'm going to let Margaret pick us up from there. And I know faculty had done some work on generating issues and interests. So why don't we walk through those?
Right. So yeah, let's look at the issues first. And is there anyone that wants to start?
I guess I'll jump in. Tell me if I'm talking too much here, folks. So we went through similar to how we've done it in some of our joint planning sessions, is we just kind of went through the language since 26 was open, that some of the stuff is simply definitions of compensation cycle, base salary pay. So in terms like from 26.1 to 26.3, there really isn't any changes that need to be made. Just because the purpose of this particular bargaining session is compensation adjustments, basically would be if there was anything to adjust, this would be the time that we would do it. But the story as we put up for actual compensation adjustments, which would be section 26.4, was that at this time we knew there were significant budgetary constraints, shortfalls right now. It's part of the reason why we waylaid till now to see if anything was going to get any better. It didn't. We also said that we wanted to get some more information about, and I think we've filled in the story of what's going on with the COVID-19 money, what's going on with the travel money. We've had that discussion already this morning, so I think we filled in that part of the story. But it's not really in terms of that particular issue. We are just functioning right now in a very tight, in fact, in the red budgetary situation. So the reality of compensation adjustments, I guess, has to be dealt with now. Anybody have anything else to add to the story?
I do not see anybody raising their hand.
That's disappointing. So no millions dropped into the budget in the last few minutes, huh?
We don't all get a car?
So I guess the question is, do we want to go through the process of listing? I mean, we've done this before as far as interest when it comes to compensation in general. And this is, I think we've listed them as interest on both sides. Things like, that compensation be fair and equitable is an interest. And it's important to have good compensation for maintaining and hiring good people and maintaining quality people at the job. The only thing I think that we threw on there perhaps as a newer interest, although I think we've expressed it in the past, would be some type of faculty involvement earlier in the budgeting process, whether it's sitting in on, I don't know how much of the budget is discussed at CAC, but if there was somebody either from compensation committee or from the bargaining team or somebody that could be listen, at least there on the conversations early on to have a better overall picture of what's going on, that would definitely be an interest on the faculty part, particularly when it's a time like this, when we know there's a tight budget, that it can be fully explained to the other faculty so that they understand why the team wouldn't be coming in the door saying, well, we want to have this amount of increase. If it's realistic and we know where all the money's going and why the decisions are being made about what goes to this portion of the budget and what goes to that portion, that would be the only interest, I think, if we could, not that I don't know if you can get contract language on something like that, but that would definitely be something we would be interested in looking at.
Any other interests that need to be put on the board? No? Constraints? Oh, Dick, go ahead.
Just to respond to so we do have conversation in CAC related to, in general, what's happening from the state and appropriations and things like that. That's an update that happens at the beginning of every meeting from Dr. Lorenz. So obviously we have faculty representation there. And it's just general statements. This is what the legislators is doing and what we think it's going to be. So that's one part of it. The second part is that we do have the part of the labor management, the compensation committee and subcommittee that looks at, and you mentioned earlier today that you have seen all these numbers. So obviously this is not a surprise what you heard today. So those are the two things. And I think what you're referring to early on in the conversations is that we're giving you the information as quickly and as soon as we get it. So for instance, we meet with the CAC the very next day of the board meeting. So we go to the board meeting, and the board meeting, we give an update, and then we sit down and discuss it. We're building budgets based on requests, and those requests come in and funnel up from the deans, from faculty to deans, program managers to deans, deans to AVPs, AVPs to president, and then goes up to executive team. So in that sense, they're also participating in terms of the needs that they have for classroom support and for whatever they're doing. Once all that information is collected, we typically start our budget process with $8 or $9 million in the hall. our first conversations because we always have more requests than we have money for. And some years are worse than others. This is one of those years. So we feel there's quite a bit of information sharing and as well as participation from the faculty. I'm trying to understand exactly what else would you like to see from an interest point of view.
Marissa Bell?
Well, I know that there's faculty representation on CAC, but it's from Faculty Senate, not from bargaining. And so what the Faculty Senate and what the union does are two separate things, because Faculty Senate doesn't talk about salary, right? That's what we do here. So then I understand that there's faculty representation on COC, but it's not from the bargaining team. And our interests from Faculty Senate and from the union are different. At the same time, the way that you're talking about how the budget is built, like information is supposed to trickle up. As faculty, we don't really feel that our interests are really brought up all the way up. It really feels like we are not part of the budgeting process at all.
Dee, did you want to respond?
Only in support of, I think it's basically the way from our perspective is, okay, here's the categories where the money goes, and this is what we've asked for. These are the categories where the money are going to go, and I agree, Dick. You guys are totally 100% open about this is what we've asked for. These are the categories. I think the question would be who decides which of those categories are more important. Which ones? I mean, if there's certain amount of, we get bills have to be paid. We understand that, you've got to pay for the electric, you've got to pay all of those, make sense. We understand that a large portion of that is compensation. I mean, I've sat through many presentations on how much that costs, from not only our salaries, but the benefits, the cost of health insurance, all of those things that are put together for that particular part of the budget. And then facilities and maintenance and all of the other types of things. So we understand where that is. I think it's just, is there somebody at an initial point looking at, okay, these are all the categories where the money has to go. These are our top priority categories and these are our low priority categories. Is there somebody making that decision? And if so, where is that decision being made? And is there anybody outside of administration that is privy to that information? Does that make sense? Okay.
Dick, did you want to respond? Yes.
Yeah, real quick. And one of the things that we have talked to you folks in the past, and you have agreed, is the 80-20 rule. 80% goes into personnel and 20% goes to pay for having the doors open, for lack of a better term. The things that we have to pay, regardless of whether you have one student or you have 1,000 or 10,000. So there's some basic cost. So the union had agreed to that 80%. So this is exactly how we do it. So when you talk about priorities and what is approved and what doesn't move, we have a pot of money, and Judy can speak a little more, and Joe. We take that 80%, and we don't look at first faculty or employees. We look at 80% of the budget is for paying personnel. We are people business, not to mean anything, but the majority of cost that we have at the college is going to go into paying for personnel, because that's what we do. The majority of costs allocated to the college go into doing what we do every day. So the union had agreed to the 80-20 rule way since maybe 3-4 years ago when we started talking about this stuff. We budget that way. As soon as the funds, we get estimates on how much money we think we're going to get from the state, plus revenue from tuition, and we put together couple up all those revenues, and we said, okay, we're going to have this X amount of money. We take 80%, goes allocated to 1 and 20%. Judy?
Yeah, I would add to that we do review all of that detail in the compensation committee meetings, and we have compared our track record to other colleges in the college system to make sure that what we're doing is in line with what they're doing. And so I really think that's the vehicle that we're using to share the budget process.
Marissa, go.
Right, but it's sharing the budget process, we're not a part of it. And that's the rub. That yes, information is shared and we're glad to have the information, but we're not part of the process that's building the budget. And I understand the 80-20. So then it's that 20% that we would like to be a part of deciding how that money's spent.
Yeah, Cheryl.
I would say that some of that depends on the strategic plan, and there has been significant input from all areas of the college as we're moving forward with that initiation of a strategic plan from Dr. Lorenz. And that seems to be a basis for how money is spent or will be spent.
Judy.
I would add that, when you talk about the 20%, by the time you get down to what money is actually available for decisions, it's much, much lower than that. It's like maybe 5%, because of the 20%, you've got to keep the lights on, you've got to pay for the insurance, you've got repairs and maintenance to the buildings, things that have to be done regardless of any decision. So
okay, I know Joe and Gina both had their hands up.
Go ahead, Gina.
I just think that what Marissa Bell and Dee, and I think what all of us are talking about, is transparency. We've often sat in these meetings and been told, well, tell me, where we can find the money at, and it's not that we want to say, well, cut this or cut this program. We just want the transparency of knowing where that 20% goes, so that then we're better informed. And by being better informed, then our expectations are also are better. I think it just comes down to being a little more informed about the budget, and not so much us wanting to change what Dr. Lorenz wants, or saying, oh, well, you have this 5% here that you could have given us. I don't believe that's what we're really looking for.
Joe, and then Lisa.
Thank you. So just, learning how we do things here, and please forgive me if I'm explaining things or that you already know, or asking questions that have been asked already. I know that we use the SPOL process here to help us develop the budget and also strategic plan. And at least I see that as one potential way to help add value or get the concerns addressed during the budget process. The idea is that we develop it, again, with the parameters of the budget that have all been talked about, and the ongoing and mandatory costs like utilities and personnel. And of course, the ideas in the strategic plan. But I know that there's a way to put in, and I'm probably using language from a different institution, new initiatives or new program ideas to be able to gather that. So, maybe that's something that, again, when I see the SPOL email come out, I'm like, okay, here's the checklist. Maybe that's something that we could have Dr. Morgan's area help, or in concert with Judy, help explain how individuals down at the front lines, because that's where the best ideas come from, is the individuals that are in the classrooms teaching, also on the front lines, to get that communication as a way for them to help exert some influence over that percentage of the budget. And then also, Marissa Bell, to go to your point earlier, and I like the Millennium Falcon background that you have there, we normally look at compensation, because I'm hearing that talked about in addition to the other things. It's normally after, again, a lot of the big pieces of the budget have been built together. Our first and foremost thing is we're going to obviously pay the employees that we have on site, and pay those mandatory costs that we need to do, the escalation contracts. Then we look to see how much is left. Yes, it's a little bit reactive and at the end, but again, for all those other reasons why we need to take care of those other pieces first. So yeah, if it's hey, you're not hearing information about compensation, it's because we don't know. We don't know how much pieces are left, and that is even more so this year. So thanks for listening to my comments.
Lisa? And then Dee after Lisa.
Okay. I'm trying to understand the 20% of the budget that goes to operational things is for things like travel, things like electricity, things like those things, right? So I'm trying to see, I guess I'm trying to understand why that portion of the budget is more concerning than the 80%, which is where all the salaries are. And what specifically is not being out, what specifically do faculty feel is not being appropriately allocated within the departments within that 20%? Because those really are what goes into SPOL in terms of things like, you know, phone calls and, you know, technology and all of those kinds of things. So I guess I want to understand what faculty feel is not being properly allocated for there, and how moving money around in that 20% pot would help for the kinds of things that we're talking about in Article 26, which is faculty compensation and that kind of thing. So can you help me see how the decision process would be there and why that's being focused on?
Well, I'll try to incorporate Lisa's answer Lisa's question. Little quick history. When I first started doing this number of years ago, and I think I've said this at multiple different meetings, was what I heard from faculty a lot was somehow money's being hidden. You know, they're squirreling money away somewhere. And at the time, to be fair, we had a lot of reserves. Like the reserves was way over, and we weren't the only ones. UF got smacked down because of it, and many other institutions. So, and I kept reminding old Joe of that, like, but we have all this money in reserves. So I actively took our budgets and I went right to, because we have to file the budget with the auditor, right? So I took those to friends outside of the college at Disney, you know, accountants and stuff, and said, you guys look at our budget and you tell me where is it? What I'm hearing is college is hiding money. Help me. I'm not an accountant. I don't know where to find, where could they be hiding money? And what I got back from everybody was, they aren't. So that's whoever's saying that, if it's there, they're so good at it, I can't find it. And the Auditor General can't find it. And so I think that, to me, doing that actively kind of quelch that, because I'm like, then you guys tell me where it is, because everybody that I know of that could give us that information is saying that that's not true. I also got to hear at that time that the college was in a really good shape. Our debt ratio was quite low. You know, all of these other things I started learning about, that the college was a financially solid institution. We weren't upside down on anything. And so that made me feel good that I was working in that kind of place. I think now, probably what the issue is now is, and it may be somebody, I'm on compensation committee, it may be the job of the compensation committee faculty to really start understanding SPOIL. What is that? SPOI? What is it? That's for student perception of instruction. Is there, what does that stand for?
SPOL.
SPOL.
Planning online.
Okay. So perhaps it's really going to take some of us sitting through that and seeing how that process works, because what it sounds like to me from what the administration is saying is this is really an automated process, that you have a program that everybody puts into, and or those people that are in charge of the money or can access the budget put into what is effectively a computer program. It's not like there's a group that sits at the beginning of the year and says, okay, we have this many millions of dollars. How do you want to spend it? But instead it's these are all the ongoing expenses we have, and let's put it in. So I think perhaps if what could come out of this is, I believe compensation committee would be the right way to do that, would be to have somebody actually sit through that process, understand that process, be able to explain it to faculty, to see where all of these monies are going to and better explain it. That might help. All right. And then to see if, oh, okay, but there's a lot of money going in here. Is there a reason why you guys just automatically approve this as opposed to saying, well, do we really need that when that could go somewhere else? I think that would help a lot, because I can tell you, I don't understand that process. I've never had to do it, you know, and it's not as if we're going to be in charge of it. I would just like to know completely how it works so that it's easier to explain. And with the 80-20, it wasn't like at some point early on, the union and that we were sitting down and we said, okay, well, let's make 80% of the budget. That was just the way it was. It vacillates from a little over to a little under, depending on the year. But what in terms of agreeing to it, what we did was we just took a look at budgets all across the state, and that's pretty common. So we agreed to it because, okay, well, that's pretty much what everybody does. That's about 80% of the budget goes towards your people, and the other 20% goes towards everything else. So that was the agreement was more an understanding of, in general, that's the way things are done, if that makes sense. So if nothing else, I would really appreciate if we could get out of this to have one or two faculty members, either on the bargaining team or compensation committee, really have a full understanding of how that budgeting process works with the school and be able to explain that to folks, particularly in these tight budget times when if there's not going to be a salary increase, we need to tell folks why, then it would help to be able to understand that exact process.
Okay, we have Dahlia, Laura, and then Gina.
I was just going to say, I think we talked about it last time, where it just feels like we're given this budget, it's already been all accounted for, and then we're constantly being told, well, where do we find the money? I know the last couple of years have been tough budget-wise, but it just feels like all the money has been allocated and there's no room for discussion. And so I think one of the struggles is we talk about interest-based bargaining, but when it really comes down to compensation, it is what it is. And it's just what I think Gina said about transparency and knowing that in the initial process, that's being taken into consideration as to where we do have that room to be able to discuss it. I think that the mutual goal of everybody is sustainability for the college right now. And I know that it's been discussed in our meetings, just, we're really lucky right now that we have a job. So I don't think that the discussion right now is, we need these huge raises, but I think for future discussions, just being able to initially know that that's being played into the planning of all the money so that when we do have these discussions, we can, know where we stand and why we can't or we can have that opportunity. So,
Laura?
Hi. I appreciate this discussion. And just for clarification, when people put requests into SPOL, you heard Dick say, often the requests are 9 million more than what's actually available, and it's been even tougher these last few years to try to get any kind of increase or maintain positions. So, but all of the academic affairs requests, they roll up to me, and so at the table with executive team, we look at the strategic planning goals. We look at other priorities, maybe that come through other ways at the institution. But then when it comes to academic affairs requests, it's really my role to argue for additional faculty or, please, we have to replace these faculty. And we look at all kinds of data, full-time, part-time ratios. We look at how many students are in the program, how many overloads. So it's really something that I have to take all of those, millions and millions of requests and compare it to the college priorities and to our priorities. And there's not really much in 600s in the 20% argue about, but the personnel is important. We have to replace faculty. We need new faculty. And so that's where I spend a lot of my efforts. And I take that from the SPOL and, the requests I get through that system. I don't know if that helps or not, but.
Okay, Gina?
I just want to reiterate that it's about transparency. It's not so that faculty are playing a gotcha game. Yes, you really do have the money and we found it. It's truly just so that, for example, the other day in labor management, Laura said something that I never knew, and I've been at the college 18 years. She stated that and Laura, you can correct me if I'm wrong, 9 students for an adjunct faculty, that meets that cost, or, and then I don't remember what you said the 15 were for, but then I believe it was 27 for a full-time faculty member. That's how many students we need in a class for a full-time faculty member to meet that cost. I never knew that. For some reason, I always thought 15 is the magic number. So just having that information alone makes it then like, oh, they're not trying to make me have 27 students in my classroom just because they're trying to make me have 27. You see what I'm saying? It's just the transparency of it. And I think that by being that transparent with us, then we can actually even come to the meetings with more of an interest-based bargaining as opposed to we just don't know. And then sometimes things get a little heated and comments are made that people don't like.
Laura?
Yeah, just to verify, it takes 8 students for an adjunct to break even. And these figures we ask for Joe and Judy to update, regularly, so we're using the right numbers. 9 students for an overload, and then 27 students to break even in a full-time faculty members class. So a lot of our courses, 24 is the max in the course, or 25, and so you can see why we rely on our adjunct instructors to balance out 15, and again, we check this with Judy and Joe as well, 15, if we try to maintain that as our minimum levels, meets it across the board. So that's why we've been enforcing that, particularly in these difficult budget times. So.
Marissa?
Just to give you an example of the things that we hear from faculty when people don't understand, how the budgets are built. We've gotten a lot of complaints, not just in the union, but also in Faculty Senate, that there's not enough money for faculty to print exams, for example. But then, faculty see how much money institutional research and HR have to print expensive brochures and other things, and that drives faculty crazy. Like, we can't print exams that are directly for students, but then HR and IR have like all this money to print. Like, that's where faculty feel that resources are not being allocated correctly.
Okay, we've got about 2 minutes until the break. Does anybody else want to comment before Dick? Yes.
I actually want to appreciate what Dee was saying, and I think that is the right way to approach this. With the compensation group, the group that meets the subcommittee to talk about finance. And I think it would be fantastic if we can show you the process, because you're right, nobody sits there with a magic wand and separates the money. There's a process to get there. And I think that would be fantastic if we can sit down in that group and just show you the process and show you how it works and how it bubbles up and how it ends up in, at the end of the day, an executive team to look at. And then what happens to that, we could continue to have that conversation. I think we've done a good job of keeping you informed and giving you all the information as we get it. So I think adding that to that process will be, I think it'll be a good solution to give you the information and make you aware. And Marisabel, if there is anybody out there that needs more money for printing here, then we might be able within the departments. No, but not kidding you. I heard that before too.
I mean, but obviously not right now, right?
Yeah,
now we don't need to print now. No, we're going to save a lot of money on printing.
In fact, the good news.
Dick, you muted yourself.
You muted yourself.
Yeah, it'll be good for us to if anything, we're saving money in printing and also getting people to work more electronically, because the reality is that you could probably look at all these documents online. But anyway, the point is that we could then redistribute some of those funds to go to Laura's team to be able to do the things that you guys need to do in the classroom. So absolutely, I'm in favor of that, and I think I speak on behalf of our team in terms of there's nothing wrong for us to channel it through that group, because that's what we have dedicated to do this process. And I think we should show you how it goes through there, then you'll be more informed. And actually, like Gina said, the more informed people are, I think the better off we're all going to be. So,
Vanetta? Oh, still on mute. Okay, go ahead.
Dick, in response to your reply to these questions, so are you agreeing to allow faculty on the committee, or just to share the information of the process?
We have a committee already in place. That's the finance committee with the labor management, and that's what Dee was proposing. And I think if I heard correctly, is to probably use that committee to begin with anyway, to start understanding the process for budgeting and how SPOL works and all that stuff. Is that what you were saying, Dee, earlier?
Yes, and it's a process, because every time we do this, we learn something new that we have to do. And at this point, I'm feeling like I don't know that I can have a good discussion about it, because I don't know how SPOI works. And it feels as if we're being given all of the information, and now I'm getting the impression that this is so automated that it may not actually be a decision at some higher level. But until I know how the process works and we can see how that lays out, and I'm sure there's folks on the compensation committee that would be more than happy to sit with, whether it's Judy or Joe, at some point, like, let's sit, let's go through the process, let's see how it works. And if there's output from this spoil process, to see what this whole thing is and be able to explain it back to the faculty and see whether or not, it always makes it easier to explain to people where the money is going if we know exactly how that process works. And that may help to explain why we have it where it is, and then just hope for a better budget year.
Okay, Lisa, you want to do a break after Lisa's comment, or go ahead?
I'm just going to echo May actually put it in the chat, so she beat me to it. There is a budgeting committee, the college-wide budget committee. It's the planning and budget committee, and they direct SPOL.
I see people shaking their heads.
The timing for entry of SPOL and that.
Okay, Judy.
Sorry, the planning budgeting committee, we're disbanding, mostly because we did not get participation.
And also that there was a lot of duplicate information from prior. It was a lot of lather, rinse, repeat, but more importantly, we thought, and I believe this has already gone through CAC as well, and I don't know if it's in the public posting, but the compensation committee, that was the other idea, because it can be discussed more deeply in that committee and more information could be shared rather than talking about the planning calendar. So yeah, I believe that just happened, in the past, early spring, Judy, and
right.
Paul, or?
Yeah, just in the last few.
Well, the revision to the budget process committee, the revision to that procedure is actually posted and advertised right now. So that is out for comment. CAC had received a presentation about it. They approved the revision, and it is actually posted. You can go to policies and procedure or the public notices page on the website, and it's there for comment.
So what we're trying to do is codify the process that has been developed over the years, so that it's part of the policy now, as opposed to having a committee that looks at that process every time.
Lisa.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make is that committee had come up with the process, had recommended the use of SPOL and the whole process of tagging things to strategic planning items and all of that. And that committee has had faculty on it for years, because when I was faculty member years and years ago, I was on that committee and had input into this whole, how do we do a planning process for annual budgets? So I know that that committee created what exists now.
Okay. Any other comments before we take a break? We'll pick up with, see if anybody has any more interest, and then move on to constraints. So
what time do you want us back?
15 minutes or 20 minutes? What do you think?
15 will be fine.
Okay, so let's come back at 10:20, which means everyone will be here by 10:25. Okay, so we are back, and Adam had a comment question for.
Yep. So I've got a follow-up question on those numbers that we got for class sizes. I think this speaks to the Dee's point about the more information, the better. So the 8 students for adjunct, 9 students for overload, I assume those are per section. So like students per section. The 27 for full-time, is that across their total number of sections, or is that per section as well?
Per section.
So for a full-time faculty member to break even on one section is 27 students? Okay, that's a high bar. So
right, which is why 15 helps to solve that for us.
Yeah.
That's an average 15 when you compare it with the rest of the college. That's what
it makes me. I have some higher level classes that get low enrollments, and it just is going to make me think about how I redistribute my faculty. So I appreciate numbers like that. It gives me targets.
Van? Oh, you're on mute, Van.
Muted.
I clicked it. Laura, does that number depend on years of service? Obviously, PhD, master's level.
So I'm going to refer to Judy on this. I got the numbers from her.
No, it's just an overall average. Blended, everything's blended in.
Any other comments on the numbers? All right, so we're still talking about issues. Does anybody want to bring up any other issues, or are we ready to move on to constraints? Or sorry, we're interest, not issues. Interest, going once, going twice. All right, I can't see any constraints, so should we just skip that one? I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Margaret, I got kicked out there for a second,
okay.
But I just wanted to check in with everybody. So do we want to just run through all of the issues and interests first and then go back and pick individual issues that we want to possibly move on, and those we can kind of get more detail on?
Thumbs up.
Just go through all the issues first.
Okay.
Okay. So why don't we, I don't know if Dee wants to continue to pick up from her, who wants to raise another issue?
I don't know. I think in terms of just, if we're still kind of looking at 26.4 compensation adjustments, where we traditionally would add if there was going to be any kind of a percentage increase. And then of course we go from there to looking at maxes and mids. If the full story is that the budget just cannot sustain any type of an increase, the interest being what they are, of course, we always have the same interest when it comes to compensation. I don't know. I don't know that we have anything else. I mean, I guess then you come to this dilemma of, all right, well, what are some options when there's no money? If the money, I don't know necessarily that getting faculty from the compensation committee to fully understand the full process to be able to explain that to faculty. That's certainly something that we would very much like to see happen. I don't know that contract language would take care of that, but an agreement at this table that is going to happen and that proceed forward would be legitimate. But in terms of actual options, I don't know that, I think we've killed, as far as I can tell, the interest and the issues for compensation unless somebody else has something there. Dick and then Marissa Bell.
Yeah, the comment I was going to make is the subcommittee, the compensation subcommittee is part of labor management, which in essence is an extension of our bargaining team and our bargaining process, if you will. Now, they don't bargain on the table per se, but the discussions that happen there could bubble up to the table. So having you and the team and anyone else attend those meetings and get information on how this poll process and how the budgeting process works, I think is the place to start at least. It's a process that it's a group that we have identified to deal with things such as compensation and look at budgets and all that. And so I'm fully in favor of that. That meeting is also, although it's not an actual bargaining session, it's not public, there isn't any, I'm sure there's no constraints of any faculty member or any employee that wants to go and listen to those conversations for them to join you. So I think unless Paul tells me otherwise, I think that could be open to, we won't need to broadcast it in that nature, but it could be that any faculty member who wants to learn about the process through that subcommittee could attend those meetings as well. So I think in that sense, that talk about the transparency, you could accomplish that at the same time.
Marissa Bell?
Go ahead.
We're only talking about 26.4, right? Or do we want to list issues and interests for all of Article 26? Because right now we're just dealing with 26.4.
Right. Yeah, we can go to other sections if you want to go over some things. I would just to confirm what Dick has said. You know, we if you'll recall when we did full book, we revised article, I think it's 2, which is consultation, and we formalized our labor management committee and process. To our credit, you know, not every organization has a formal labor management process between the union and management for regular meetings. But we did formalize that because it is important to support this process, this IBB process we use for bargaining. And the compensation subcommittee specifically is a subcommittee of labor management. That's how it was developed, and to provide that forum for detailed financial budgetary discussion. So I would agree that I think that would be the appropriate vehicle where we could have more discussion and certainly have a demo / explanation of SPOL, SPOL, and how that rolls up into the formal budget process. And we can schedule that, you know, probably first thing in the fall. I'm assuming that, you know, because of summer schedules and with faculty, that's harder. We could maybe wait and do that, but we could do it first thing in the fall. We would need to call the subcommittee together anyway, first thing in the fall, because as Dee noted at the outset, we have another reopener that's scheduled for us to bargain in December. And so that's just part of our cycle. So I would commit to the group that yes, we will convene compensation subcommittee in fall, and we will ask Joe and or Judy, probably somebody else from Judy's team that helps with SPOL, can come in and you know, we'll put it up on the screen, and maybe we could even just walk through some hypothetical, you know, items and see how it goes in and how it flows up and from there.
What other comments? Okay, so do you want to move on to the constraints?
Okay, Margaret, to go. When it comes to the 26, Article 26, just to get everybody on the same page, 26.4 is compensation adjustment, so that's pretty much where we put the across the board stuff. 26.5 is degree advancement, which does have a financial component in terms of the amount of money that would be given for the degree advancement. And then 26.6 is overloads auxiliary, which again is how much money for the overloads. So those 3 sections all have a financial component. So in terms of any increases, that the same basic issue of the budgetary constraints would affect all of those areas equitably. Including, I think, 26.3, which has the salary ranges, because traditionally, if we do any kind of increase, we do then have to address, our max is going to apply, we're going to increase the max, so all of that kind of comes as a part of that conversation. So I think we're encompassing several sections as we're discussing this issue of any type of increases anywhere, whether it's across the board increases to degree advancements, increases to overloads or auxiliary assignment dollar amounts, any of the areas this would affect, which with very much the same type of an impact across the board. Or correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but that's the way I'm looking at it. To include 26, the on-call one as well. It's definitely going to have an impact on all of those sections. And
who else? No one? Okay, so do you want to move on to options?
So can I just reflect and just be clear with everybody? So what I hear Dee saying is actually all of the discussion that we just had about issues and interest really are relative to the general issue of increases, and we're encompassing sections 26.3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 conceptually, all of those together if we're talking about increases. Is that a good overview, Dee?
yes, I think the only specifics that I would hit on, which of course when we delivered you all the our issues and interest document, that for 26.7, that's that clinical on-call time, that rate, the 2601, which was originally back in 2016 tied to the lab assistant, the non-instructional support lab assistant rate, which has gone up. According to the HR rep website, it's gone from what at that time was 2601 up to 3046. Now, I understand that we have not looked at the overall impact it would make to have that kind of an increase to the budget. So we would have to have that looked at, whether it's, a quick look that we could look at if it was going to be agreed to, or just say we need to look at this with the compensation committee needs to take a look at the overall impact to the budget with having that rate match what it currently is. That would be the only additional thing I would point out for that specific area, is that there has been an increase to what that was tied to. We had the same conversation a couple of years ago because the overload rate was initially set out at that time what was the adjunct rate, and the adjunct rate had several increases in that time frame. So very similar type of an issue here with this rate. So I don't know with what's going on right now, it's the time to change it, but we need to be aware that that has significantly increased and put that on the table, even if it's for December timeframe. So.
Lisa?
On the interest chart, the issues and interest chart that you all sent us, and thank you for sending that, there's more than, it appears to me, there is more than just the compensation piece, the hourly rate tied to the on-call time, because there were some other bullets in there. So if we're going to move on to 26.7 and include that in any discussion of options around compensation, I'd want to fully understand the rest of that story associated with 26.7. If people could fill in more than just the fact that the instructional support clinical lab assistant rate has gone up. And I recognize that and understand and appreciate that. But there are other bullets there that I don't quite understand the full story around. So I would appreciate understanding that as well.
I can do that. Okay, so there's a couple ways that clinical is done. Number one, the clinical load, we only get counted for 40% of the clinical towards our load, okay? That's number one. Number two, the on-call is the $26.01 an hour, but it's also 1 hour, or 5 hours equals 1 hour, okay? So the big issue is when we have someone in clinical, every single thing has been whittled away. Now, I understand in clinical we are having indirect instruction for a lot of time. However, there's a lot of stuff that Liz and I do, and I believe this is only affects Liz and I. Nursing, they get one-on-one instruction because they are actually going to the hospitals with their students, their interns. So they are getting their load, which is one-on-one. Correct me if I'm wrong. But Liz and I, we get 40% of our load. So we're having to pick up other classes, even though our students are going to clinicals with our instructors. There's still discussion posts and quizzes and scheduling, and I have 10 instructors that work under that I schedule. There are patient care reports, hundreds of patient care reports that we have to talk with our students about and discuss their treatment plans and all that stuff. So clinical being a whole, like I said, it's just been whittled away. As for the 2601 and the 1 to 5 hours for on-call, we're not looking for the moon. We're either looking at bringing that rate, hourly rate, back up. Now that does affect nursing to where it was it originally was attached to, right? But it's been left behind, or have 1 hour and 3. So we just need to find ways to just kind of tone the clinical a bit, because I feel like it's just so spread out and nickeled and dimed and taken apart. Does that make sense at all?
Not totally. I'm sorry, Cricket. Not totally, but
Tell me.
I at this point I don't know my questions. I have to think about it a little bit more.
Yeah. Luckily, you guys have Cheryl Sakati in your on your team, and she knows this very, very, very well and inside out. So she can also probably give some really good information on how it works and how
I think we have May, and then Dick, and then Dee.
Thank you, Margaret. I need some clarification from a process standpoint. I had thought that our process was anything related to compensation would first go to the compensation subcommittee for discussion, review, analysis, and that we would see that information come to the two different groups well ahead of bargaining. While I appreciated getting this information, it was just sent 3 days ago, so I haven't possibly had a chance to review it, conduct analysis. So can maybe Dee, since you sent that document, am I misunderstanding? Has this been discussed at compensation subcommittee and that information didn't flow to the two planning groups? If you can help me with that.
Dee.
Now, what happened in our getting ready, we had the discussion of what Cricket was talking about with both the it's two different things. One of which we could potentially be on the table today, the other which can't, because one of the issues is Article 10, and that's the what we call, oh God, it's not in my head right now. You have the direct instruction and then you have the indirect. Is that, Lisa's shaking her head. Okay, so yeah, so that's the the indirect originally was slotted at being 0.4, basically 40% of what a full regular direct instruction class would be. And so, but that is in Article 10. And it was through researching that one, I realized 10's not on the table, so we can't do anything about that till the next full book, other than to keep track of those courses, who's doing them, and is it really 40% of the load, and bring that information to the table when 10 is open again. So that's one of the issues. The other issue, and that kind of came up at the same time, was that 10 in Article 10, it has the second thing underneath the the indirect instructional mode was the for every 5 hours, 1 hour of compensation. So that's what's mentioned. That's what's in Article 10. Article 26 has the rate for that 1 hour, right? So the rate for that 1 hour that they get paid for 5 hours of being on call is the 2601, which at that time, and that's when I found out at that time, it was tied to the non-instructional lab assistant rate. That's where that came from, because the question we had at our meeting was, where'd those numbers come from? So I went back and got the history where those numbers came from and put that in there as an issue and an interest. Again, it hasn't gone through compensation committee because it was just something that I realized in researching for the team. Our team asked where those numbers come from. I went to look at those numbers, researched them, and now it's here. Again, we can take it to the compensation committee, but since 26 is open, it's certainly legitimate to lay this information on the table. And if this group decides, okay, we get that there's been a change in that rate, but we need to see the financial impact of that. I'm comfortable with that. You know, May, and to address what you're saying, May, I'm comfortable with that, but it's just information we brought up that this has made a significant change, and it may be the decision of this group to look at this again in December and research the full cost of making a change to that rate. And if that's appropriate change, and what would it cost the college, and all of those kinds of things. But just bringing it to you guys' attention. And some of the other interests that were, or maybe it's perhaps a part of the story, is that yes, that based on what it was tied to at that time, that rate has gone up. And we simply noted some of the other things that our folks that are on call certainly meet the minimum qualifications of that job. So if you were to be a lab assistant for either the EMT, our program there, or for nursing, one is an associate's degree, the other is an RN. Our full-time faculty that are doing on-call hours certainly are well above that minimum qualification. So if that's in fact where that rate's coming from, there certainly is incentive to look at whether or not it would be worthy to give those people at least that rate for that 1 hour. Does that make sense? So that was kind of the rest of that story.
Before we go back to Dick, or before anybody responds to that, it looks like Dahlia, her computer screen froze. So Carrie, I think you said, can Adam step in? Can we get Adam in here until Dahlia can come back?
Dahlia's in the waiting room.
Oh, okay. And I know, Dick, you're next. Did anybody else want to respond? So get people in queue. Okay. Cheryl.
I let her in.
Okay. Okay. So once she comes back, then Dick, then you can go, and then Cheryl can chime in. All right, we have a Dahlia.
Sorry about that. My computer was not happy all of a sudden. Gave me a sad face. It wasn't good. I'm back.
Excellent.
Well, I was going to follow up with what Dee had said earlier. I think she finished up her statement just a few seconds ago. So if we take all the compensation issues and we put them together, we obviously haven't had a chance, like you mentioned, to calculate or do any work and any of the 26.7. I think it'll be appropriate for us to have the compensation group look at all those numbers and work together and look at the rest of the history, look at the calculations, come up with a number that we could do later. You also mentioned, I think Article 26 makes reference to parts of Article 10, if I'm not mistaken. Is that a true statement? So even though Article 10 is now up for review until the full book, you could potentially, because it's in reference, and I'll let Paul clarify this, you could open those reference sessions in relation to Article 26. So we may not be able to open the entire article, but if there is anything that is appropriate in reference from Article 26, we should be able to go back and tap into that if we need to. Obviously, today we don't have the information to respond to any of this from the college's perspective, but it's good for us to have that issue brought up. And I think it'll be very appropriate for us to have the compensation group look at it and review it and come back with recommendations and do it in December. And whether it's that to line up the pay rates or whatever it is, and put up value and what it costs to do it. So that was just following up to that, what Dee just said. Paul?
Paul, yeah, clarify.
Yeah, if you look in the contract, the on-call rate that we're talking about is in 26.7, and it specifically references the section in Article 10, it's 10.4A3. And if you go back and look at Article 10, that specific section is on call. So I think it's appropriate if the bargaining team wanted to make adjustments to on call and felt like there also needed to be commensurate adjustments. If you wanted to make adjustments to the rate and you needed to make commensurate adjustments to the language to that section in Article 10, you could, because we reference it in Article 26.
Okay, Cheryl.
And I think that I agree with what's been said, and I think we need to look at, what are our averages that we're paying for call every semester right now. I think that it's something that we need to look at, and I think that also, what is the standard for call with other colleges? And through that, in the subcommittee on compensation, maybe those numbers could be brought forward by the college and through NHR type of survey.
Dee, and then Lisa.
I actually agree with what Cheryl is saying, because on-call situations vary. So I think start with colleges and see what other colleges are doing. Because I know my first job was with HRS and we were on call. We didn't get paid unless we went out, but then we got paid our salary. So it's, on-call situations, but that was going out on, screening kids into detention or abuse or neglect calls that we had to go out on. So, and I know different situations each is different. So it would be good though to see what are the other colleges doing for their nursing and any of their public safety, health, whatever it is that they're doing with their folks that are on call, and do that. But like you said, I think it's worth it, and that was hopefully the interest that the team put together there showed that it's definitely worth our attention to look at it, to go through it, to gather this information and see, are we doing right by our people or are we not, and then go from there in terms of, and that will take time to put together. But hopefully this is a good place to initiate that conversation and make sure it happens.
I'm going to go to Lisa and then Cheryl.
It would help me to understand in some of Cricket's comments, she mentioned that there were differences between nursing and public safety in terms of how on-call time is handled. And I also think I understood that health sciences also has some people on-call time as well. Or allied health. So I'm wondering I want to understand more of Cricket's story about how public safety is different and is treated differently. Because in her comments, I think she said this really impacted her and Liz the most. So I want to make sure I fully understand why that would be.
You want to go to Cricket and have her respond before we go to Cheryl? Okay.
The on-call part doesn't transfer any differently between EMS and nursing. That's the same. It was the direct instruction. It was regarding the load. That's different. And the only reason I brought up the load is because I wanted you guys to all see how in clinical, it's all lumped together and it's all being whittled away. That's, even though it's not open. So the load, when it comes to load, it's different for clinical nursing versus EMS. But for on-call, it's exactly the same.
Lisa, did that answer your question? Okay. Cheryl.
And it is different, and Cricket is right with that in terms of the amount of workload between the two departments, because they are so different in terms of their clinicals. And again, what I would say, I'm on that subcommittee on compensation, and as we've heard, can be an open forum. So those Cricket and those of the in public safety that are on call, getting call pay, it would be a time for to collaborate and to hear, and all the faculty to hear how this is done and what the amounts are, because there are significant amounts of call pay being paid every semester.
Anybody else want to jump in? So any more added to the story? Because I know we've been moving back and forth. Story, interest, constraints.
And again, just for clarification, I think what we're discussing is this grouping of financial items as Dee kind of laid them out for us.
Lisa?
There's another bullet on here about on-call, differentiating between whether or not you go to a site or when they are on call and they physically have to go to a site. There's a statement about an interest in possibly differentiating that. Can we understand that part of the story?
Yes, what they were talking about on that was, so we get the 1 and 5 hours rate when we're on call. That means we have to be ready within an hour to be at that location. No drinking, no drugs anytime. Prescribed. We have to be completely ready. We were talking about if we have to go to there due to a needle stick and spend an hour or what have you with the student, or having to go into the fire station because they're having some personality issues between the crew and the student. So if we're actually having to get up and go, not just be on call, but actually get up and go, they're saying that right there should change as to being back on duty.
Okay. What other, and we are missing somebody again. I'm not sure who we're missing.
So can I can ask for a clarification?
Yes, please.
There is an interest in having differential on call time based on whether or not you're at home just waiting to take a call and whether or not you actually physically go to the site. There's an interest in differentiating between those two types of call.
At least discussing it, yes.
And Cheryl?
And so the practice has been is that when they're on call and they get called in, then obviously they go to the facility and spend the needed time to resolve the issue. And then from that point on, then what we have interpreted in the past is that the faculty member then adjusts their time because they did work some time at the facility. So, and that would be something that would be hopefully negotiated with the dean.
Yeah, we've never done that. As many times as we've had to go out to the fire station due to personality conflicts or what have you. I hate to say it, but personality conflicts, where a student's uncomfortable there due to the crew, what have you.
Any other added information to that or clarifications that need to be addressed? Okay, so do we want to move forward then?
Well, we can, again, we could, we've got kind of this grouping. Do we want to kind of finish with this kind of grouping of issues, or do we want to look at any other remaining issues in Article 26?
Dick.
If I may, I think it'll be a good idea for us to finish this up. I think we have come up with at least 2 different recommendations from the compensation adjustments and also from this on-call clinical. So I think if we establish those and we put them on the table and said, this is what we're going to do, we could close this stuff up and then move on to the other issues. That's my recommendation, if it's okay with the group.
I would be in agreement with that. I think to have, whether we're going to put in language that says specifically that the compensation committee is going to look at the spoil process, to, you know, the spoil process, the on-call rates. And if we want to put some summary language that that's going to happen between now and December 2020, to address overall compensation adjustments, because it really kind of, all of that is compensation adjustments, that I would be comfortable with that going in there if we want to put some language in there. If the group feels like it's an agreement here at this table and it's going to happen, then it doesn't necessarily need to be specific language in the contract. So.
Yeah. And I would agree with you, Dee, that it's probably not necessary to add a language into a whole contract. We all agreeing that we're going to do it. This meeting is being recorded, it's on the minutes, and I think we are bound by those, by our words and our decisions. I think if we agree that we're going to go ahead and meet on the labor compensation management, so just put it in the language that says that we're going to meet doesn't make it any more or less. We're going to do it, and if we publicly agree to do it, I think it's be sufficient, I think.
So do you, just to kind of clarify the issue, so what I'm hearing between Dee and Dick is consensus that we will reflect in the minutes of the meeting that the compensation subcommittee will, as part of its normal course of action, review the budget and finances for overall compensation and adjustments or increases. And part of that will also be receive a presentation on the SPOL process and how that rolls up into the budget decisions, and also do a study and consider information relative to the on-call rate and also the effects of on-call on how that's calculated for load.
Yeah.
The only thing I would like to add is I would like to have a formal vote from everyone here that what Paul just said is what we're going to do. So it's not just Dee and I agreeing to it, it's the entire team agreeing to it.
Right. So can we get a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways?
I have a question first before we,
Gina?
When we say that we're going to be like trained on SPOL, does that mean that we're going to have access to what the SPOL budget looks like for the college, or does that just mean that someone's going to come in and show us how you input things in SPOL and how you look at things on SPOL?
Judy?
There's been so much conversation about SPOL that I'm anxious that you guys are going to be terribly disappointed. Basically, SPOL is just a data entry tool that ultimately produces a spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet just captures the departmental budget requests. Okay, so SPOL isn't doing anything magical. It's just data entry. We're happy to show it, happy to walk you through the whole process, how it rolls up. But there's actually no consolidation that happens. We really just take the departmental requests and dump it all down into a spreadsheet and review the budget, the budgeted requests from there. So, and we can walk through the entire process. I'm just saying, let's not fixate on SPOL because it's really not that exciting.
Okay, Joe and then Lisa.
Yeah, sure. And again, I just wanted to make sure that Judy was talking about it right. Not everyone has access to it. And when we actually get in the training, but just to kind of give a visual description, I know it's hard to talk about numbers when you don't see numbers, but there's one column that it's like a continuation budget. Okay, it'll list your current budget or your expenses from prior year. Then you can move it between the buckets, and then there's a separate piece that talks about adding new initiatives or new ideas. And again, if I'm not using the correct language that we use here at Seminole State, please forgive me. But yeah, I just wanted to temper that, and Judy has done that. That not everyone sees this. At my prior college, and again, maybe we do the same thing here, it was departmental chairs, which were faculty members that actually would meet with the departments to talk about some of those unique needs. Again, I might be referencing a process that we don't do here. Thank you.
Lisa and then Dick.
Also keep in mind that full-time positions and stuff are not entered into SPOL because that is part of that continuation budget. The only thing that's in SPOL is the operational part. The only compensation pieces that are in SPOL are for part-time, I think, non-adjunct positions. Part-time money is in there, but it's paper, pencil, computer, travel. That's what, and then money for new initiatives and to support that operational thing that's in SPOL.
Okay, Dick and then Gina.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, I know that SPOL is just a tool to collect data, but there is value for the faculty or anybody out there to see what people are asking for. And I think that's where you could get the benefit. And to answer your question, Gina, we could give you access for you to look at those things. There's nothing there to hide. There's nothing in there but it could give you an idea what the different departments across the college are asking for and new initiatives and things of that nature that eventually become part of that 20%. Like Lisa said, we do budget our part-time budgets, not adjuncts, but the part-time budget in there. Actually, I don't know if adjunct goes in there or not, Laura. I know for the non-faculty, non-instructional part-time, we put that in there. I don't know if Laura puts in the adjunct.
You want to answer Laura and then we'll go to Gina?
I think the adjunct budgets go in there from the departments. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that I think there is value on the information that's there, and whether we consolidate it into a spreadsheet or not, the idea is to make it transparent and let you see what everybody else does. So absolutely, Gina, there is absolutely no problem for us to give you an access for you to look at that data. You or a couple of people, obviously we don't want to have 20 people in there, but we can let you see what's in there. And once you learn the process and you want to say, let's see what Dick is requesting this year, you can just look at my budget and my budget request, and I think there's value to that. So I don't want to downplay it either, because it is the tool that we use. So, and Judy is correct in that we collect the data. And right now is, for lack of a better term, is the stuff that is required plus the wish list. So go ahead. I think Judy, you had your hand up.
Well, Gina and then Judy.
I just wanted to make sure that we were talking about the same thing, that we would be able to actually see the budget and not just have training on SPOL. Because what I was hearing was that we would be trained on how SPOL is, and it was more of a hypothetical. This is what it would look like. That's what I was hearing. So I just wanted to clarify for myself.
Did you want to answer that before we go to Judy, Dick?
No, it is the hypothetical stuff to go through a scenario and how the people were going to input the stuff. But once you get access to it, you literally could go years back. I think we keep 3 years in arrears, at least a couple of years in there. So you can actually see what people have requested over several years. And obviously, when we're building budgets, it's a living document because it changes until the deadlines. It changes every day. So I think it's important for us to show you how it works, show you the process, and give you access. Just take a look at it and see that. Judy, you wanted to add something to that?
Yeah, a couple things. One is, and Dick, this is a question for you or for Mark Morgan. I don't know if we can give access to SPOL without giving, in other words, can we give read-only access so that because I wouldn't want a whole bunch of people in there making changes.
And two things important. The answer to that is yes, but at the same time, even if I give Gina or Diana Liboyet to look at it and they make a change, it tracks who makes the change. So it is. I have a lot of respect for these people, and I don't think they will do that. But if we'll definitely, there are ways to put it as a read only, and we could do that. We could give that access. So
the other point I was going to make is that we don't in SPOL, we don't track the ultimate result. In other words, it's a data entry tool. We take the information, we download it to a spreadsheet, and we work on the budget from there. The cuts, the changes, the moving of funds around, that's all happening in Excel. It's not happening in SPOL. So some of it does in the early stages where we ask management to go back and do cuts and things like that. That goes into SPOL. But then as the budget starts to come together, if we have to make broad cuts like whatever, and those things are happening in Excel, not in SPOL.
D. And just to make a clarification, when we do that with the compensation committee, we won't just look at the SPOL and that 20%. We have not, in a couple of years, compensation committee hasn't really looked again at the full breakout of the other 80%. What portion is going to administrative salaries, professional salaries, career service salaries, faculty salaries, what portion of it is going towards our benefits. So we can do that as well. We can put together that information again with more current year's data of how that breaks out dollar-wise between all the different positions, the people that we have, open positions. So we can put all that together as well to give a more well-rounded picture of not only how is the 20%, but how's the other 80% breaking out in terms of the different sections. And hopefully through all of that, figure out where, if at what point, if there is prioritization decisions being made, where are those decisions being made, and be able to better explain them to the faculty at large in this group in general. So, or those two things, if that makes sense.
Okay, before we go back to what we were going to vote on, can we get a statement? Because I'm not writing anything down because I'm constantly scanning y'all's screens to see if anyone's raising their hand. Can we get a statement on what we're voting on so everyone's clear with the... Does anybody
Paul,
want
you have written it down. Can we get you to review one more time for us, please?
Yeah, let me try to write something and I'll put it in the chat.
Paul?
Yeah.
I've been taking, with notes, I'm trying to take notes.
Yep.
So it would help me to read my notes so that, A, the notes will be accurate and clarify for me what we're voting on.
Yes.
Can I do that? Okay, so what I have is that the option that's being put on the table for us to consider is that the compensation subcommittee would review the budget in detail, adding the things that Dee talked about, percentage of salaries at various levels, what percent's going to retirement benefits, all of that. This committee would also receive instruction about the SPOL process and how it's used in the budgeting process, and that select faculty identified by the union would be given access possibly read-only access to SPOL. And then the compensation committee would also review the on-call pay, how much was spent, what faculty and where they're represented, and how that was divvied out among faculty. And they would review other colleges' practices on-call.
Okay, that was a lot in there. I don't know, are we going to vote on that as, are y'all going to vote on that as all as one? So do we want to evaluate what's going on there?
Yeah, probably.
Well, let me just add one thing. I think, and we can hear from members who are on the compensation subcommittee. I think compensation subcommittee generally knows their role when it comes to the budget. We've, I think, done a pretty good job, and I think the faculty that serve on that committee understand the data that they can access. Judy's, anything they've needed, Judy's been able to bring forward, and we've been pretty sophisticated in reviewing that data. So I would think it would suffice it to say, for purposes of an option, if we want to put it down in writing, that maybe we can simplify it. And if we need to have more detail, we can. But I would suggest that I think it's probably sufficient to note that compensation subcommittee number one, prior to December bargaining, the reopener December bargaining, is number one, going to review the budget as part of its normal course. And two, it's going to take special or give special attention to on-call pay. And then three, it will also review or also receive a presentation on SPOL and how that rolls up into the decision-making process about the budget. Because I think that's really what is getting at Gina's concern is it's nice to know how the tool works, and that's what Judy is reminding us, it is a tool, but Gina also wants to know the other part, which is, okay, you get all this input and data, how does that flow into the decision-making matrix, and who uses that data from SPOL? So I would suggest that it's compensation subcommittee before December, review the budget as it normally does, review on-call pay, both 26.7 in the section in Article 10, and then also understand SPOL and how that relates to budget decision-making.
We have an extra person in now.
Oh, we have Susie. Hi, Susie.
I'm taking my place. I don't know if it was Adam or Van that was.
Okay. Yep.
You can take my spot.
Well, someone already clicked out.
Oh, that was Van, so never mind.
So do you want me to articulate what I just said in writing for the chat, or?
That would be great.
While we're putting that in writing in the chat, I would just encourage that, particularly when it comes to the on-call, because I noticed that Molly put in the chat that respiratory also fall under the same indirect instructional mode as the folks in the EMS, that program as Cricket and Liz Todak. So if we could, when the compensation committee comes to say, we need information, like how many people are on this, how, when it comes to things like whether it's Article 10 stuff that we'll need to look at or this on-call stuff, we just be given this information. I don't think anybody's out to shortchange anybody, or so this works best if everybody freely gives that information and it's not felt as if it has to be passed through somebody, or this information has to be approved before it's released. I think if we're talking about how many people do you have on call, how many hours a semester are they on call, that's really what the committee's going to be looking for. So knowing that now, that's something we're going to be asking for in the fall, we can probably start putting that information together, so when that committee needs that information, it's available. Does that make, if that would be okay. So we were just trying to be fair and do what's right for the college and for the faculty both. I mean, that's everybody's interest, I think, and for our students to do what's right by our students first and foremost, and then the other two after that.
Anybody want to respond to that? Okay, so Paul has put the option in the comment section if you want to read that.
While y'all are reading that, Betsy, can you copy and paste that into your chart notes, the option?
I already did.
Thank you. I mean, it may need to change, but I just want to make sure you could capture it.
We lose somebody?
Go ahead, Cricket.
We just lost someone. Sue?
Yeah, we did lose someone. Anybody know who we lost?
Susie.
No, it was Phil.
I'm here.
Oh,
There you
yeah,
go.
Susie's here. So Adam came back. Okay.
I'm
So
sorry, Adam. I'm sorry. I got stuck with Phil. Sorry.
that's the option. Do we want to evaluate, or what kind of considerations should we look at here? Nothing to
I'm ready to vote.
clarify. Are we ready to vote then? Okay, so if everybody could be on screen and thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways. We got a thumbs up. I don't see D's. D's the only one I don't see right now. There we go. We have a unanimous thumbs up.
Okay.
My thumbs up button wasn't working. How are you guys getting your thumbs up to show on your face?
We were holding our thumbs.
You gotta
okay.
use.
But some people actually had it. Like,
Yeah, you can use. You have to use the reactions. If you use the other one more, it goes only to the moderator. So in order for you to do it, you gotta go to reactions.
Yeah.
The right hand side bottom reactions, and then that's when it comes up.
Can I ask a clarification question just for the minutes?
Yes, please.
Who made that motion?
D.
Who seconded it?
Dick.
Dick made the motion. Who
No.
was the second?
D made it. Dick seconded.
All right, D. And Dick is the second. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, do we have another topic we're going to tackle? Are we all done?
no. Would you like rank and promotion next?
Yes, please.
We're 7 minutes out from where we were going. What time were we going to take lunch? 11:30?
Oh, yeah.
No.
We're 7 minutes out from that. Do we want to start another topic?
Something shorter?
I see a lot of head nodding like no. Is this a good time to just take a break and eat, or Marissa?
I was going to say, I mean, if you want to do, well, everything I think is going to be fast ends up not being fast. So, I mean, Judy and May have already come to talk to labor management about the 12-month paycheck option. So, I mean, it seems to me
let's talk about that. I think that's.
It seems to me that we have a solution, and maybe that'll be fast.
Okay.
Okay.
Our story, of course, there is the issue is that there are many faculty who would like a 12-month option that is done in the paycheck in their college level. So in other words, not well, if you can use this bank and you put the money in that bank and they'll hold some back and then that you can have 12 paychecks. What the faculty are looking for is literally that there's a 12 paycheck option. Roughly half of our faculty already get 12 paychecks just because of they're on 228s or they are our counselors or librarians who are the non-instructional positions and they're here all year anyway. For the 196, they're shy one, and of course for the 164, your last pay is in April, and you go May, June, and July, and then pick up again in August. So we've talked about this multiple times. Again, May and Judy came to labor management and said that it looks like there may be a workable solution. The problem is getting it into the programming and everything that needs to happen with that has to sort of get on the priority list to be able to be done. And in terms of our interest there, really what we're looking for is a commitment to a time frame that could be put in the article. Not necessarily that the entire procedure is a part of the article, but a commitment to a time frame that by a certain this time there will be a 12 pay option for the faculty that want to take it. And again, it's going to be like we have had things in, for example, rank and promotion was in Article 26. There was a timeline for that committee to do recommendations. We did at future bargaining sessions have to adjust that a little bit based on what they were doing, what was going on. So certainly if it looks like that could come on board sooner than what would be agreed to, we could adjust that. Or if it's looking like it really is happening, but they need one more semester to get it ready, that could always be adjusted at a later time. But to have something in the article that says, hypothetically, by fall 2021, there will be a 12-month pay option. Not that has to be the time, but that is, I believe, what the faculty would like to see is a commitment, a time commitment that this will be an option at this time. And that would be the interest that we would have to be able to give a day to look forward to that particular option. Did I summarize that well, Marissa?
Okay, Lisa?
Okay. I thought that we had talked about this at Labor Management Group. We had said that 22-23 was the targeted date that it would possibly be accomplished by, and that we were going to have labor management manage this, and we weren't going to put it in the contract. So that's my recollection of the conversation.
Marissa Bell?
That's not my recollection at all. I know that Judy and May came and said that it could be done. I thought the timeline they gave us was next year. That date should be in the labor management minutes, but we've always talked about putting this in the contract, and other colleges and universities that do this, it's in their contract and it's in their compensation article. So this is the article to put it in.
Okay,
I'm going to make this very easy for all of us. This is not in our opinion, it's not a mandatory subject of negotiation. There are mandatories and there are permissive. We believe that this is permissive, which means the college will have to agree to put it into the contract. We are agreeing to do it. Doesn't mean we're not going to do it. We're agreeing to do it, but I'm not ready to contractually obligate the college to a date or a time to do it. Therefore, at this moment, I will not sit in the contract. I will not sign a contract that has that in there.
Who else wants to comment? I know we're missing 3 people right now.
Yeah. We lost May.
Judy? Oh, there she is. Okay. Dee's back.
I do want to add that it's not to say that we're not going to do it. We are committing to do it. I just cannot commit the college to a specific date, contractually obligate the college to a specific date. We are looking at this and other projects. Unfortunately, all this stuff that has happened in the last few weeks has taken us in a completely different direction. So when we're talking about doing things into the system and making changes, you're affecting the very same people that are currently working on everything else. Unless we go out and hire people from outside to do it at a very, very high cost, I think at this time, it is something that from within, unless we are proven otherwise that this is mandatory. And you're right, Marisabel, this is stuff that other colleges have put in their contracts, but that's because they chose to do it, not because they had to do it. So there are things in this contract today that are permissive that the union has allowed to put in, that are permissive that the management has allowed to put in. For instance, union rights. That's a permissive item of negotiation. We, the college, agreed to negotiate that. Management rights is permissive. You, the union, allowed to put that in the contract, but you didn't have to, and we didn't have to. So this is one of those items that at this time, I'm not ready to contractually obligate the college to do it. Again, I'm telling you, it's not that we're not going to do it. It's just that I don't feel comfortable putting something into the contract that has to go to the board and that it may be rejected. So this is all, and I think if we put that in the minutes, in there it says that through labor management, we're gonna manage this, we'll get it done. It's just, I can't put that in a signature, so the college will later have to come back in 2 years or 3 years or whatever the time frame, because that means we have to dedicate the resources to do it. And right now, I don't think we can do that.
Comments? Gina.
I don't think that faculty are asking for it to be done this year. And I think that by putting a date in, because we have talked about it, I've heard faculty talk about this and it brought up to administration, I would have to say for at least 10 years, perhaps longer. So it's always been something that faculty have talked about that has been brought up to administration. It's not like it's something new that we're springing on administration. And like I said, we're not asking for it to be done by, 2020 or even the spring of 2021. So I'm a little confused as to why we can't give a targeted date that we could come into agreement with, even if it was the 22-23 year that Lisa threw out, that we couldn't put that in the contract. It would make faculty feel better. It's one of those goodwill situations that I kind of look at, that you do a little for me and I do a little for you. And so I'm just not sure what the interest is behind blocking even a date that would be 22-23. I'm not quite sure where that's coming from.
We're going to go Judy and then Vanetta.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to Lisa for putting up the minutes in the group chat. Very helpful. And we did talk about trying to do it for the academic year 22-23, which was documented in the minutes. I just want you guys to know that, yeah, we want to do it. We think we've got a way to do it. It does require some programming. And we do have 2 major projects ahead of it. And so, our hope was that we would be able to come in earlier than that. But, this COVID-19 crisis has bumped some things in priority. So, I guess my point here is management isn't saying, we're not going to do it, or that we're not going to do it by that date. We're just saying we don't want to codify it in a contract because our compensation methods are not part of the contract.
Okay, Vanetta.
I just read Lisa's comment in the chat. So it is documented somewhere, and so Dick, you're saying you don't want to commit to it. So how do we break this inconsistency here? You said the college don't want to commit to it, but they just committed to it somewhere in the labor management. So it is documented somewhere that they are going to do it 22, 23. So how do we level this out? You're saying you don't want to commit, but it's already documented somewhere.
Yeah, the work of the labor management is to kind of preempt some of the stuff that goes into the come to the table. That commitment is what we think we can do it, but it's not legally binding for us, if I understand it correctly, Paul. It's an understanding that we agreed to do it. It's an understanding that we try our best to get it to that time, but it's not in a legal contract. As for instance, if we talk about in December, we talk about those on-call pays, and we make changes to it, we're legally bound to make those changes. So that's the difference between the two of them. So put it in the contract, it forces the college to do something that I will hate to go through all this process and come back in 2 years and say, guys, we can make it, we can, and then you have a legal document that says, wait a minute, you say you agreed that you were going to do it. Yes, you might say now, and we all can say now, but we can change it, but that's still a legal document. And lawyers, no offense, Paul, will look at the letter of the law and say, no, but you said you will do it. And we could be forced to do it in a moment when it could be not appropriate for us. Again, we're gonna make every effort to meet those deadlines. We are working with the school district to get some code out of them to help us do some things that if we get it and we implement it, it'll literally bring us 6 months to 8 months ahead and a couple of other projects that will free up the time for this. So we're trying all the effort, and we will make every effort to make it happen. I just don't feel comfortable obligating the college, contractually obligating the college to put something in here that, number one, we don't feel that is mandatory subject of negotiation, is permissive, and therefore, at this time, I'm not comfortable signing a contract that puts the college in that position. That's all it is. We'll do the effort. The labor management has talked about it. We have done a lot of effort. They work together, and that's the only difference. So I want the faculty and the faculty here and the faculty there to hear that we're not saying we're not going to do it. And Gina, you're right. You might say that it's a good gesture and all that, but at the end of the day, this still the negotiations and this is still a contract that makes you and us liable and viable to make it happen and force us to make things happen at the same time. So that's all it is. I'm not saying that we're not going to do it and we're rejecting or not in favor of the idea, just not feel comfortable putting in the contract.
Dee and Gina, I'm not sure which one of you had your hand up first.
Go ahead, Dee.
I would request that since it is close to our lunchtime, I would like to sit on this over lunch, mainly because my Florida statutes that apply to labor law are in my car, and I want to go get them and read them over lunch to make sure I agree that this is permissive. Whereas, so that our team, my gut's telling me you guys are probably right, but I'd rather go back to, because I have it in my big notebook and I don't know why I didn't bring it in here with me, but I just want to go back over that so that I'm feeling comfortable with what you're saying, to how much we should push to see whether or not there can be a date but that's just my opinion. If we could let this mellow over lunch and address it right after lunch, that would give me the time to go look and come back.
Okay, Gina and then Dick.
I just have a question for Judy, and actually just anyone else who maybe could answer it. It's not even something that you have to answer right now, but what would be a good timeline? I mean, granted, we understand you have other projects. Is the 2023, since obviously things have happened, is that doable? So, because like I said, faculty have talked about it many times over the years. This isn't something that's new, and so it would be nice if we had something that we could take back to faculty. But if you could just maybe provide me with some sort of timeline, I would appreciate it.
Dick or Judy, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I would just throw out there that I think this is, and Dick, chime in here, but I'm thinking this is maybe a 4 to 6 month project in terms of figuring out business process, figuring out the programming and everything. And so the question is not how long it's going to take to do it. The question is how we can fit it into the priorities. And as I'd said, we have 2 major projects ahead of it. One of them is we're trying to launch absence management. I think that the absence management project, if we've got a fast track process that might work, we could be potentially through most of that by the end of, let's say, 6 months, maybe 6 to 8 months, I would say, right, Dick? But then right behind that, we've got the whole project of trying to figure out how to better track the adjuncts. And actually, that project isn't behind it, it's parallel, it's happening as well at the same time. And that is a huge project where they're trying to identify from one module in the software, identify who's in the bargaining unit and who isn't, so that that information can then be transferred over to the HR module and and drive other pieces of data that have to be evolved from there. So that is a huge project as well. That is requiring, I think, going to require a bit more programming. And so I think that those 2 projects are going to take up the bulk of this year. That's why when May and I talked with the committee, we talked about an implementation of 22 to 23, because you're not going to want to start this start it in the middle of a year. It would have to be at the beginning of the year. It would make sense to try and implement 12-month pay in the middle of the year. So, not feeling like we would get both of those major projects done in this next year, we wanted to give ourselves the additional room to get that, that 12-month pay project in motion. So I would say for sure by 22, 23, possibly by 21, 20, or 20, 21, 22. But, that just depends on how fast we're able to get these other 2 projects done.
Okay. Dick, did you have a comment, remembering that my stomach is growling? Oh, you're on mute, Dick. You're on mute.
Muted.
The absence management is something that is being driven partially related to negotiations with the adjuncts, because they're asking for some things that it's impossible for us to do it manually. In addition to taking care of that, it will also take care of a lot of things for the rest of the college. But now you're dealing with the very same people across the entire college, HR, finance, and CPS folks. So it's the same, tapping the same resources to implement something else. So that's part of the issue. So I think I agree with Dee. What I was going to say was we could take a lunch break. We come back at the lunch break. And this is what I was going to suggest, because there's a couple of options that I'm thinking right now that came to my head that I want to share with the team. If we come back, regroup, and right after that, take a quick caucus for 10, 15 minutes. So Dee can go and discuss the things that she's going to find from the book or any interpretation or anything like that. I'll talk to my team also to talk about a couple of other things that I think we may be able to do if we can. And then we group 20 minutes after that. But first, let's bring us all together for lunch whenever we decide. Make sure everybody's here, and then break out for a caucus, for short caucus. Would that work?
Yeah.
Okay, so it is 11:40. So why don't we say 12:45? We'll meet back. And was an hour? I think that's what we said earlier. Okay, 12:45. We'll meet back. We'll have a caucus, and then start everything anew. All right. See y'all in an hour.
Good.
So do we need an alternate from each side? Is that what?
No, I think I'm looking.
Laura and May from our side. Oh, Laura's back. Okay.
Laura's back.
Is Gina here? Gina's here. I'm here. Susie's here, and Carrie's in. All 9 of ours are here.
That's May.
So let me ask a question to the Zoom folks. If we put you guys in the caucus rooms and May pops into the waiting room, can we put her right into the caucus room?
No, I think she will end up in the main room, and then you can put her in the breakout room. But it can be done. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
Who's sitting for May right now?
Well, I told Betsy to put all of, there she's coming. I told Betsy to put all of the members and alternates in those rooms.
Okay.
So when you go to your rooms, you'll have your alternates with you.
Okay.
Okay.
And the breakout rooms aren't broadcast on the live feed, right?
No, we go back into the break screen for the live feed. Those are private. Yeah.
Okay, so the people left here, the facilitators left here won't be live broadcasting because that would be weird.
No, they will not. Every time we go on a break or caucus, we'll go back to the break screen.
Okay.
Okay.
But that also informs, that's a good point, Margaret, to inform the audience. By the way, we have about 48 people watching us. So to inform the audience, yes, when we go into a breakout session or a break, we will always display the banner stating the meeting. And then as soon as we come back, we have to give the cue. That's why every time I say we're gonna go live, so that way we're ready to go at that point. Okay, so whenever you guys are ready, just let us know.
Yeah, I think we're ready.
Okay, so I can send out the breakout room thing?
Please.
Yeah, and actually you don't have to go live right now because we're going into the breakout rooms.
Yeah, but we need to let people know. We're live right now. We need to let people know that we're going into the break.
Okay.
So as of now, we're going to break right now, so the live feed will go off.
And I just interject.
So as normal part of our process, we ask the chiefs to kind of give us a brief overview summary of your caucuses, and then we can go from there.
Do you want me to start, Dick?
Yes, please. Ladies first. My mother will get very upset if I start first.
Okay. All right. So basically what we brought together was that the Florida Statute 31, Chapter 447, which defines, labor organizations, rate of pay is the one of the concerns that labor organizations are deemed to have to deal with. Okay, so that's where that comes from. Rate of pay is generally defined as your wages, how much you make per week, per month, etc. The frequency of your wage payments is not traditionally in that definition. Okay, so that's the distinction we're making between mandatory and permissive. However, since we are public employees and not really allowed to strike, frequently in many different states that have this and in many different areas across our own state, because of that fact, broader definitions are sometimes allowed, which would mean that you could include frequency of wage payments as a part of that discussion. So there certainly is precedent for allowing that kind of language to be in the contract, right? Now, that being said, and understanding your feelings about it not wanting, or your interest in it not being in there because you're not sure about the dates, that it's permissive, you don't have to. We have now heard from a promise from Dick that this would be worked on. As I understand it from the projects, the two main projects that Judy gave us, that it sounds like this 12-month pay is third in line. That would be our assumption, that we're third in line behind those other two, the one with the adjuncts and the one with the absence management. That is kind of our placement, so that it would be coming. That we need to trust what's been talked about, particularly in labor management during the development of this MOU, was trust, that we are trusting that this is going to occur, but understanding that we're going to continue to bring it up to make sure that we stay third, to make sure that it's dealt with. And did I leave anything out in my statement, faculty?
Okay, so go ahead, Laura. You had a question? Okay. So I just saw it on mute. So we did talk about it, of course, and again went back through the work that has been done at the labor management group, and the stuff that May and Judy have presented to you guys, and the stuff and all the information that we have provided over the last few months. And yes, we're still very committed in getting it done. Our concern again is that deadline, and putting a solid deadline into something that we could or could not accomplish. And we'll continue to move towards a resolution and getting something in place. Here's part of the story is that regardless of when we complete it, the implementation has to wait until we start a new academic calendar year. So you don't start in the middle of a contract. So if we were to get it done sometime in September of this year, we wouldn't be able to touch anything until August of next year, and so on and so forth. So we'll continue to work on it. We'll put it in place. It's in our queue of work to do. Like I said earlier, unfortunately, things have come up even ahead of everything that nobody expected. They have put in all these other projects to the side. So our commitment is that we want to do it. Our commitment is that we'll keep you informed through the labor management. And Dee, I appreciate you saying that you continue to bring it up, and we want you to bring it up to the labor management. That is the place where we think we can work through this. And our commitment to you is to continue to keep you updated of where we are in the processes and where we are. And when we're ready to start, have Judy or May or myself or anybody else come in and have meetings with the labor management and tell you, yes, we're ready to start, and maybe come up with, ask you for some feedback or people that are willing to be part of a pilot project or some to that effect. So anyway, we're in agreement to continue to have the labor management manage this.
I would add just one more thing. Just keep in mind that when we did this, I think it was last December, I called 26 of the other state colleges, spoke with people either in their HR or their payroll area, and I was shy a couple of them, but we're unique in how we pay. Everybody else had an option to pay to the contract length was unique to us. And I was told by at least 2 places that in terms of PeopleSoft, it's an easy fix. It may not be, but when I'm getting that kind of information, so now just for the record, it sounds like with all the other things with the COVID, my estimation that we're third in line sounds like we're way further down the list than third in line. Or perhaps that's not something you can assess.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It's all as we get done, and we have looked at the system and how it supports it. The only other school that has enough time in PeopleSoft is St. Pete. The other 3 schools that are in PeopleSoft have been there only less than a year and a half. So they may have built it from the beginning as part of the implementation, which is Jacksonville, Daytona, and Miami-Dade. So part of the implementation was probably to put it there, and they might say it's easy. Well, it's easy if you did it when you spent $35 million and have 2,500 consultants helping you do it. So that's the difference. So they may have done it and they may think it's easy, but they also spend a lot of money during the implementation process. And if it was part of the scope of work, then it makes sense that they did this as part of the implementation since they were moving into a brand new system. So that's sort of the difference between what those colleges went through and what we have to do from a point of retroactively coming back to do something like this. If that makes sense. I mean, that's that.
No, and it does. And I think in order for the whole IBB process to work there does have to be trust on both sides.
Absolutely.
If it comes down to something that we've been promised it seems as if it's coming and it continues to go, I mean, eventually we have to say, is this working for us or should we go to a different method? I think it is,
Agreed.
But I think that there are times when it feels like it doesn't. This is probably one of those times. So we just want to make sure that we can continue going with what we think is a workable process. And that means, both sides being able to giving on both sides doesn't necessarily mean it's not a win-win.
I agree.
So, that's.
And if you bring it up from that point of view, Dee, we're giving in the sense that we want to do it. You're giving in the sense that you're giving us the latitude of the time. So it is you're winning and we're winning. So it's a win-win, and you're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to do it. So let's just give it a shot. Let's just see how it works, and we'll continue to prioritize. It's in our list of priorities, in our list of projects to do. So. If there's any consolation, it's in the list as opposed to not being there. So basically,
yes,
that's the part.
That makes me happy because one, we're looking at it, we're planning on it, and it's gone away from, because I don't think that's a really truly positive way of looking at it. That why faculty should be able to manage their money through 12 months. It's just sometimes there's lots of things going on. That's just not.
No, We'll look at that from.
I'm glad we went away from that kind of discussion.
Sure, and we have not brought it up here today, and we will not. So thank you. Anybody from my team want to add anything to this?
All right. So
Margaret, you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Margaret. So I'm not hearing, based upon that discussion and consensus, that essentially we'll continue to handle this issue outside of the contract. I don't know that we need to have any kind of vote on anything. Obviously, the minutes will reflect the conversation. The minutes will reflect the issue as it was presented at the table. I think you're fine on that point, unless anybody has any other concerns. We could probably move on to the remaining issue. I think we have one more to talk about, the Distinguished Professor Committee process.
Before we move on, just a side note here, and somebody did just pop off. If you're going to pop off but you can still hear, just type a note in the comments so we know that we don't have to get an alternate. If you can leave your screen and you want to walk away and stretch, that's fine. But if you can just type a note so we know you haven't lost connection or anything, that'd be great. Okay, so Distinguished Professor, rank and promotion, who wants to start off with the issues with the story?
Laura, I don't know, you are pretty close to this one. If maybe you might be the logical person to start us off.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So we ran this for the first time this year. We had 5 applicants, and we're in the process of sending that to the board as far as who will be named distinguished professors. We had our first Distinguished Professor Review Committee, and during the process, and it was all faculty members that were serving on that committee. If you remember the first round, we used endowed teaching chairs from the past to serve on the committee. And then going forward, we'll use probably a combination of endowed teaching chairs and distinguished professors. So as we were going through the process, they were taking some notes of suggestions on how to improve the process. And then once their job was completed, they met, I joined them, and Scott, you joined us too, right? Scott Freeman. And heard, what they had to say. They wrote it up, and that's the document that we're looking at. So that's the document with their recommendations.
And I know we shared this with the Labor Management Committee. I'm not sure how that, and I know it got distributed on our side to the rest of our bargaining team. Has the full union bargaining team had the opportunity to see those recommendations? Marissa Bell saying yes. Okay. So maybe we don't need to repeat what the committee said in the document. That speaks for itself, and we can make that part of the record if we want to. But I know, Dee, from your issues and interest list, there was some other discussion and you're getting ready. So does someone from the union want to kind of update us on the rest of those issues?
Gina.
I just really have a comment, not so much an update. Many people in the union, as well as many faculty members, feel as if, since this is the first time that we've gone through this process and we're new at it, that there should not be any changes made at this time to the process and how it is and how it works, that things should just remain the same, status quo, until maybe a few years down the road when we can look and see, get more of a sample, I guess.
Who else wants to comment? Yes, Dean.
I can add some things just that we wrote down on our list. Laura summarized it, that committee came up with some recommendations, and some of them are just process things to sort of smooth out the process, but other are changes, to, I think, the intent of it to begin with, or at least that was the perception of the faculty bargaining team, but the interest, at least from what we could tell, trying to pull some of the interest that came off of their recommendations, is that it appears anyway that the committee was wanting more rigor, or at least that's what it seemed like with the recommendations that they made. But another interest was that it kind of speaks to what Gina was saying, was that if we start changing it now, there may be some unintended consequences of changing it too quickly. We didn't really make any fundamental changes to the process of the tenure process to getting continuing contract, other than the streamlined committee voting and things, but not in terms of what people should look for and what people should do. That really didn't change when we added in a few extra to that. And that was a long thought out process, not a, this has happened one time and let's change things. I'm trying to think, I know I'm missing some of this stuff here. I'm having a hard time reading both things on my screen. Anybody else have anything that
wanted to say something?
Yeah, I guess just for my own clarity, the distinguished professor committee was all faculty, right? So we had one group of faculty that's saying, we need to change this process. We've done this, you know, it needs to be altered. And then it comes to this group, but there's a different group of faculty that says, no, we want to leave it alone. So I'm just curious if you guys have a consensus from the other faculty on this topic, because there seems to be two conflicting group opinions on it.
Marissa.
So obviously we don't just represent us, we represent all faculty. And of course we have competing interests because not all faculty agree on all topics. So when the bargaining team met to discuss the recommendations from the committee, we weighed what their recommendations are against previous input that we had from faculty when we initially bargained the rank and promotion stuff that's in the article. And from there, that's where we have competing interests. So that's why we have this. That's why we came to this conclusion, because I understand where the committee is coming from, but we also have other faculty that we are representing, and we try to balance those competing interests.
So,
yeah, sorry, Lori, go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to add, because I didn't, talk much about the whys behind it from what I heard. In that first section, it talks about limiting to 750 words, those kinds of things. Evidently, it was all across the board. Some were shorter, some were very, very long. And so to provide some consistency among the portfolios and, sort of a consistent, workable workload as well. So some of it, as you mentioned, really was just about, I don't know whether you're saying we shouldn't consider any of the, look at each of the recommendations.
Gina?
I think at this time we're saying that nothing should change. Everything should stay the same. And then perhaps next year, take a look at it. I mean, this is the first time, like I said, this is the first time that people have gone through this process. And one of the things that I find fascinating and actually just beautiful about our faculty is that we're not all the same. So my portfolio should not look like Marissa Bell's, and it would not look like Marissa Bell's, and we wouldn't want it to be cookie cutter. That's what would make somebody distinguished over someone else. So at this point in time, and I think one of the things that we also did is we had all endowed teaching chairs on there. And I think they might have been coming from it from the standpoint of what they had to do for the endowed teaching process. And this is different from endowed teaching. And I think we have to keep that in mind. But at this time, I believe everyone on the union side of the bargaining team would like to keep things as they are and not make any changes. until we have a chance to really see how it progresses.
Susie?
Yeah, that was one of the things we had discussed also, was keeping it very vague for that very reason, so that everybody could express their own individuality as to what it was that made them distinguished, and so that the committees would have sort of more free reign to come up with their own process, because every committee is also going to be a little bit different. So that's it.
Dick?
So if I'm hearing you correctly, the at this time the idea is to, like Gina said, leave it alone. And I'll ask Laura and others in the team, are there anything from our side that we think or feel that would like to see changed, or would like to have a further discussion at this point? Or are we satisfied that if our faculty, who are the primary group interviewing and doing, frankly, most of the work, and they are this time want to leave it alone, is there something in our end that we agree with that step? Laura?
Yeah, I'm kind of the messenger here. If no one wants to change anything, we made it through the first process and it was okay. I think there's some good suggestions in here, but if we're not ready to make any changes, there's nothing on this sheet that I'm gonna say, oh my gosh, absolutely, we need to make that change. I can wait on that and reevaluate next year. Again, this is just my opinion. Maybe someone else in the group has a different perspective, but it was a faculty group making recommendations on a faculty process that we brought forward. So.
Yes, Lisa, and then Dee.
When you had your getting ready and you guys talked about it among the union bargaining team, did you talk to or have any of the members of this faculty committee come and talk to you and give you rationale for why they're making the recommendations? My only hesitation about making no change is my concern about the appearance that the college is ignoring a recommendation from a group of faculty. And I understand that it's two groups of faculty, but yeah.
Marissa Bell wants to answer that.
Yeah, just to answer that question, Scott also sat in on all the meetings and he participated in our getting ready for bargaining session and was able to communicate what the committee recommendations were, since he was at all the meetings. So that information was brought into our meetings. And I personally emailed the faculty who served on the committee and explained to them where the bargaining team is coming from, so that they would understand that we are not ignoring them, but we are also trying to balance out competing interests from different faculty groups. So preemptively, I made sure that faculty would not get angry at us and understood that their concerns had been carefully listened to and considered.
Okay, Dee and then Doug.
There we go. So just as an interesting observation, the day that they had the presentations, Paul and I were actually sitting I think I was sitting right in front of them, and we watched all the presentations, and some of them seemed the same and one was quite different. And one of the things that we said to each other was, I hope that doesn't change, because this could get boring if it was all the same. And one of the recommendations almost implied that they all should be the same. And, to me, I was like, wow, that was the cool thing about that, was I really didn't know which one, what was going to be presented, if somebody was going to wow us with everything they did or try to show us, teach us something, because that's, if they're that distinguished, they want to teach us something. I thought either of those, just as a personal, how I felt about it the day of the presentation. So, and maybe we do need to see that at least another time, get some different folks and have them take this committee's considerations with them and maybe put together a couple years worth. What do we think? Is this the road we want to go down with this particular process, or do we want to make it look somewhat different? That maybe we do need to go another year. So that would be my thinking on it, not ignoring them, but taking it another year to let that, and even turning over those recommendations from the first committee to the second committee and say, you know, this was, so when you guys get done, take this into consideration, see how you feel about it, and then we'll get back to whether or not we should change contract language. So,
Doug?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, to Lisa's point, I think as long as the minutes show that we were willing to discuss this and willing to make changes, if the union wanted to, I think we're covered on that aspect. And I say we defer to the faculty. If they don't want to make changes, then let's leave it alone.
Dick?
So with that in mind, on behalf of the management, I agree 100% with Laura, and we'll refer to you guys. So we could pretty much leave this alone, and there is nothing, no further discussion on it, unless you guys have anything else to say.
Any other discussion?
Do you want to reflect just for the minutes that there was an option presented by Gina to make no changes at this time? We could consider that as an option and formally vote if you want.
I agree, and I'll second that option.
Okay.
Any discussion on the option? Do you want to? Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways.
Make sure you hold them up a little bit. We're sometimes getting...
There you go.
There, thank you.
And I see all thumbs up.
Yep, agreed.
Okay, all right. Was there anything else in Article 26 that anybody wanted to hash out, talk about?
26.9 statement is post date, like the statement needs to be, hang on, I'll read it. It doesn't apply. The bargaining team will not reopen Article 26 with the full book bargaining in spring 2019 unless by consensus. I'm assuming that needs to change. And is there somewhere in the article where it says we bargain every December, Paul, or is that in Article 30?
That's in 30.
Okay.
The reopeners are articulated in 30.
Yeah, 26.9 then I think would just need to be struck, right? Because it's not applicable at now.
That's true. So anybody want to second D's?
Lisa's got it.
Lisa's got it. So D and Lee. Lisa, motion to strike 26.9. Take it away, Margaret.
Do we vote on that?
I think we should.
Yeah. Okay. So ups, downs, and sideways, and put it in front of your lovely face. There we go. Yes, that is another unanimous. We're so good.
All right. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Have we successfully got through another bargaining session in less time than what we thought we would? And we could just all show up on Monday and stare at each other again.
This is like yay or clapping or something.
Yeah. If Joe could figure out something about how to get us some money, that'd be cool. Like, so we got something to talk about next time. Can you work on that? Yeah.
There's got work cut out for him till December.
All right,
Start
Judy, I
putting
need you
some
to
money.
work on that. Yeah, Judy, I need you to work on that.
At this time, if I could have Dee give a closing remarks, that'll be ladies first.
Okay. Again, thanks, folks. I know that this is difficult, and I'm glad that we have lots of people watching this time. I cannot reiterate enough, folks, that, when we used to do the positional, I was there for all of them after I became the president, most of them before that, and it was not just the sheer flow of ideas. And while sometimes it doesn't always feel like something goes the way of the college or the way of the faculty, there's so much more information coming out now that in the long run, it's a better process. Our contract, many of the things that we got, even in our initial contract, is truly the envy of a lot of bargaining units around the state, and we need to remember that. And the fact that we're working on things and trying to get them moving forward when language isn't working, for whether it's not working for the deans or it's not working for the faculty. So I think we just need to keep that in mind. And I appreciate the effort that this takes and the time it's going to take me to sit and write a list of everything I need to make sure that the compensation committee covers in the fall. I will do that and get that out to Paul and the rest of the committee members, so we make sure we actually cover everything we said we were going to cover, and not forget anything for the fall bargaining. And here's hoping things are looking better financially across the state by then. So I think that's it. Just thank you, and thanks for the folks that are watching.
Thank you, Dee. Of course, I echo the same thing. Obviously, it takes two to tango, and I think that the efforts that we all put together on both sides of the table, and what I like about it is that it's what's best for the college and the students, and we'll continue to do that. And our promise is that we're committed to this process. And I think so far it's working better. And you're right, Dee. I talked about the people and that are starting their contracts or in the middle of the contracts, and they don't have a labor management, and they don't have the type of relationship that we currently have. And it's important for us to continue to have that and to continue to build that trust. We'll do our part to try to deliver what we commit to do, and I think we'll be better off in the long run. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for our facilitators, and thank you to Betsy always, because Betsy always in the background. So thank you very much for that. And Paul and Margaret, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you guys. You guys were so fantastic. I hope I didn't miss anybody when you raised your hand. So thank you for playing along with us. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, and just two kind of housekeeping matters we need to just cover real quick before we all jump off. First off, with regard to our minutes, Gina and I think Lisa were going to help me with those. So what we did in December, I thought worked well. I worked with the minute-taking team, and we drafted the minutes and sent it to the chiefs and got their approval rather than have to reconvene for some other formal voting. So can I get consensus from the group that we're okay doing the same thing, that we're allowed chiefs to approve minutes?
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
So you have minutes, Gina has minutes, and Lisa has minutes. Is that what we're trying to consolidate that?
Right. What we did in December is I stay out of it. I let the management and union person, they compile their notes together for our official set of minutes.
Okay.
And then we send that to the chiefs and have the chiefs edit and or approve those. And then that's what we distribute.
Okay.
Lisa. You're on mute, Lisa.
I know.
Oh, there you go. Sorry.
Yeah, my mouse wouldn't get over my unmute button for some reason. Last time I drafted them and then Susie edited them. Gina, how do you feel about drafting and sending them to me? And then I'll edit so that we're taking turns doing that?
Okay.
Does that work?
So can I just get thumbs that we're okay on how we're going to approve minutes by the chiefs? Okay. And then just one other housekeeping matter. We obviously didn't make any changes to Article 26. We did note some things that officially will be going in the minutes. We still, however, need to ratify Article 10, the changes to 10. So obviously I need to let the union do your ratification vote first, and then I'll take it to the board. We have, we will be having a June board meeting because we have to take the budget to the board for approval. So if you can get your vote done before the June meeting, I can take it to the board in June.
Okay, so then I'm going to set up the vote. So I will need a copy of what we TA'd in December, which I think I already have, but Paul, I'll make sure I have the latest copy. And then what we've done today. So I'll need the official versions of that so that I can set up the vote.
And Tracy just corrected me actually, that we did strike that one section out of Article 26. So we will need to make that part of the package, but we'll finalize that and we'll get those to you again, just so you have 10 again if you need it. But we'll get those to you. But I just wanted y'all to know the timeline that I can get this to the board in June if you guys can get your vote done. Does anybody know what our June board meeting date is, by the way? It's probably the third Monday.
I think it's the 21st, to be honest, but let me just verify real quick here.
What's the deadline to get things in the packet, just to make sure that I have dates that I can make sure I can get this done on time?
The board meeting should be, is it the 15th?
June 20, no.
Is it the 15th?
Joseph had the 15th. Joe had the 15th up.
It's on the 15th. It's on the
Okay.
15th. And usually looking at probably the second week in May, third week in May at latest. As long as we know you're going to bring it in, we can put it in the agenda.
Yeah.
And then you can just get it to us.
Yeah, Marissa Bell, I can do a placeholder agenda item, assuming that the vote occurs and is positive. I can do a placeholder agenda item. If you guys could get me the final results by like June 5th, I could do a last minute, update just saying what the vote was. And I'll beg a favor from Cheryl for that. That's how I usually do it.
Right, but keep in mind that we have to file with PERC to get the permission for the electronic voting. So there are some things that will be out of my control.
Okay. Well, y'all let me know, and then if we can't do June, I doubt we have a July meeting. It would probably be August then that I could go to the board.
Okay.
So
I will do what I can, but my hands will be tied to get that permission from PERC. Like we can file it I can send it in, like I can file it by Monday, but then I don't know how long it's going to take PERC to give me an answer.
Okay. All right, well, we'll just keep in touch about that, but I just wanted everybody to hear the timeline because of just board dates and all that stuff.
To avoid putting some additional pressure on the union, I mean, is there any downsides of just bringing it to August? Because I'm concerned that if they go to PERC right now, nobody's working, nobody's showing up, and if you think about it, if under normal circumstances they're very slow anyway. Is there any downsides on doing it in August? I mean, does it affect the process? Does it affect anything?
No, I mean, I would like to take care of it
Yeah.
in May, summer A, when faculty are still,
Okay.
most faculty are still working. It'll be harder for me to get a vote in summer B when a lot of faculty are off. But if it has to be that way, then it has to be that way. So, but you're right. If we can't get it done for the June board meeting, then it'll just have to wait until August.
Okay. That's fine. That's all I had for Dick and Dee, and thanks from me. Thanks. I've been doing IBB a lot of years, and this is a weird way to do IBB, but I think it worked. And I think it works generally because we have a great team, and I appreciate all of your efforts, and congratulations once again. We did it.
Thank you all. I'm going to stop the broadcast right now. And with that, hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. Thank you all for your time, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah.